Hi, Bob. Hi, Donna.
Hi.
Okay, I'm going to make you host.
Okay. Thank you.
And Bob, are you going to be co-host or?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay. Okay, you're all set.
Okay,
Have a
thank
good
you.
meeting.
Thanks a lot. And everybody will get started in just a few minutes. I'm going to give it just another few minutes for other people to join in. There's a link to the tonight's agenda in the chat. And thanks, Max. I hope everybody had a happy Thanksgiving. Okay, I think 1, 2, 3, 4. I think we have a forum. I will put the link again in the chat. So, hello, everybody. Welcome to Community Board 2 Manhattan's December SLA meeting. My name is Donna Raftery. I am co-chair of the SLA committee with Bob Ely. Also from the committee on here tonight so far is Lois Rakoff, Dr. Shirley Smith, and Carter Booth. Brian Pape is joining us, who's on the SLA2 committee. And so we'll get started in just 1 second. I'm going to put tonight's agenda with links to the applications in the chat. So that should be there. And the procedure is going to be, first, I will call on the applicants. When I call on you, please raise your hand. We'll promote you to a panelist. At that time, you'll be able to turn on your video and speak. You'll present the application. The committee will go back to you with any questions. And once we're through with our part, we will go to the public. So the public, I'm asking you to not raise your hands until we go to the public to speak. And at that time, the public is going to speak. I don't want any back and forth from the public and the applicants. The applicants, once you've heard from everybody from the public, then you can address any questions or concerns that were raised. And then we will go back to the committee. For the committee, I ask that you do not ask the applicants questions during the public session. If you have a question to ask somebody from the public, then raise your hand. But otherwise, let's just go through the public and then we'll come back to the committee. I ask everybody to speak respectfully to each other and no back and forth. So I think pretty much I'm going to call out right now. I want to see if anybody is here from Juicery Nolita LLC, doing business as the butcher's daughter. If you are here, could you raise your hand? And I don't, Jenny Hong is not.
Yeah, she had her hand up before.
Oh, beforehand, right? So Ms. Hong, if you want to put something in the chat, if you can do that. So we will not be hearing Juicery Nolita LLC, the butcher's daughter at 19 Kenmare tonight. Otherwise, I think the agenda that is in the chat should be pretty accurate. And okay, Susan Wittenberg is on the committee and has also joined us. So the first application we're going to call is Jemikos GFF, doing business as Senza Gluten Café Baking at 171 Sullivan Street. This is a corporate change for a restaurant wine tavern license. If you could raise your hands.
Yeah, there's something in the chat, Donna. And so someone's asking about the calendar or the agenda. Folks, you can find it on our website if you can't get it from the chat.
I see why people aren't seeing it, because I posted it just to us. I'm sorry. Here you go.
Okay.
My mistake.
Okay, just so everybody understands, it's also posted on our website. The agenda, it would be for tonight's meeting on our website, Community Board 2.
So why? Panelist. Okay, Jenny, I'm going to lower your hand. Okay, I think we have everybody here on this one. There we go.
Hello.
Mr. Kelly, I don't see your video.
Hi. I'm sorry. I'm Rob Hull with Michael Kelly's office. He's actually in a meeting right now, so I was wondering if we could move on to the next one and come back.
Okay, and then the next one, so he'll want to not do jail solo either, correct?
Yes,
Okay,
I apologize.
all right. So, yeah, so now I'm gonna lower you both, and
Of course.
do you have any idea when he'll be joining, or since you're signed in as him, I can't tell from just looking at.
Good. How are you?
Uh,
Everybody?
He should probably be done.
I think he's here. Michael, are you here?
All right, this is an on.
Well, he's on our other computer doing another one at the moment.
Okay, all right,
So he
Okay.
should be done in a few minutes.
all right, fine. Thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
1325.
Okay. All right, so the next one's going to be Banter West Village LLC, doing business as Banter at 169 Sullivan Street. This is a corporate change for an OP restaurant. If you are here, raise your hand.
I have Lindsay Farina.
Hi, everyone. I
Aye.
also have Joshua Evans here on behalf of the applicant.
Okay. So go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I'm representing Banter Hospitality Group. They operate a restaurant at 169 Sullivan. And the subject of our appearance here is for an upper tier corporate change. The restaurant will not be undergoing any operational or management changes. The change will be taking place 3 levels above the company that holds the liquor license within the company change. At that 3rd level, a new shareholder known as Team Shares Inc. will be coming in and buying 100% of the 3rd level parent company. And after the change takes place, Joshua Evans, who is here, will continue managing the restaurant and operating it just as it is being operated today. And we wanted to take any questions that you might have.
Okay, so the hours are 8 to 4 p.m. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and Monday through Thursday, 8 to 3 p.m.
Correct.
True? That's what they will sign stipulations on? Because they used to have later hours, so that's why I'm asking that question.
That's what their current operational hours are. I think they do have more flexibility. Currently on their liquor license, I believe Josh mentioned that they can go until as late as 10 p.m.
Okay, so that's what I'm asking. What are the hours that I should be? Because I know they're closing earlier, so it's 10 p.m. across the board.
That would be the latest they would ever go to, but right now they're only going up until 3 and 4 p.m.
Okay, and it's 27 tables and 56 seats on the inside.
Correct.
And then what is on the outside is,
Let me just get to that page. And while I'm pulling up the outside page, Josh mentioned that he's not able to unmute himself or speak. So I don't know if he needs to be,
maybe, can he, let's see.
he doesn't have, he said he didn't have the option to unmute.
Gosh, yeah, I need to raise him, sorry.
That's okay. And then to answer your question, they have 2 different areas for outdoor seating. There's a sidewalk cafe area where they have 4 tables and 12 seats. And they also have a roadbed area that has 11 tables and 22 seats. And both are located on Sullivan Street.
Okay. And I believe that their original, when they came to us originally, I think that the liquor authority imposed the hours on them, and I believe there was no outside with it.
That's correct. I believe the outdoor areas are pursuant to open restaurants.
Okay, so technically with that, they're supposed to be coming to us for an alteration in their method of operation. That's what the extension onto the municipal property says. Guidance says that if they were prohibited from having outdoor seating, they're supposed to come back to us for a change in method of operation.
I can look into that further with them. I don't have all the details on the outdoor seating area.
I believe on the lamp system, it said no alcohol in the front patio. And at that time, that's the only place people weren't eating in a roadbed. So that's where I'm getting that from.
Yeah, so
ahead.
Lindsay, when this application came in a few years ago, it was opposed by the community board. and it went to the State Liquor Authority. The application had nothing to do with anything on the outside except for this front porch area that was controversial at the time. There was no sidewalk cafe and there was no roadbed. And so so the imposition of the limitations by the State Liquor Authority was based on the fact that there was no sidewalk cafe and no roadbed there. So, so right now, the only thing that they've imposed is really no outside service, because the only outside service was to the patio.
And let me just, Josh, are you able to speak regarding this issue? I know you had mentioned the history to me briefly. Are you able to speak to comment on how the outdoor area came to be used?
Yeah, sure. So when we first signed the lease in December 17, we used the patio for seating and we were doing table service. And then the DCA came along and pointed out that we couldn't use it. So then we didn't up until the Open Streets program.
So I guess, Donna and Bob, I just want to clarify, some of our other clients, when they have begun using the open restaurants program, they haven't had to file alteration applications. They've just had to notify the liquor authority that they were beginning to use an outdoor seating area via open restaurants and obtain the city approval, which was fairly instantaneous online through open restaurants. So is this a different procedure that's going on currently? I just want to make sure we follow all steps.
Yeah. So Lindsay, we've been specifically told by the chairman that, and in this case, it was the chairman in the SLA that imposed the limitations. There was not supposed to be outside. That was the objection to the application, because there's never been an on-premise license at that location before that, and so that was the objection. So we've been told by the chairman that things are imposed, whether they're by stipulation or imposed by the State Liquor Authority, that there has to be some form of affirmative attempt by the applicant to at some point to seek a change in method of operation if it's hours, or an alteration if it's more additional service in an outdoor location. Look, there was no stipulation, so this is imposed by the State Liquor Authority. So
Sure.
the issue comes back to the State Liquor Authority. We're not the State Liquor Authority, but that's our understanding of the situation.
Lindsay, if I can just chime in,
Sure.
on the SLA website for the use of, municipal property extending into municipal property, the guidance as of June 30th, 2022 says that licensees that have as a condition of their SLA license a prohibition against the use of outdoor space are not eligible for use of outdoor municipal property. In order to utilize such space, such a licensee must apply for a change of method of operation to be approved. So that's what's on their website.
I think I'm thinking of when it's not on municipal land and when it's on a, public land or, private property rather. So I think that might be the confusion. So that we weren't prepared to discuss today. We certainly can if you would like, and then put forth an updated notice to also check the alteration box if we're able to make both of those requests tonight. The alteration and the corporate change.
Well, we can't do that, Lindsay, because there's no 30-day notice. We're bringing it to your attention. So that I understand it's just a corporate change, but to do things right, to do things correctly, we're bringing that to your attention. So what makes the most sense, and of course I'm now interjecting for Donna, I apologize, Donna.
Go ahead.
Is that you should really come back with the corporate change and the correction to the license.
Would we be able to obtain approval of the corporate change tonight, and then I can re-notify you with regard to the operation?
Yeah, as long as the stipulations are the same that were imposed by the State Liquor Authority. Okay,
because I can send out a new notification and address the outdoor seating issue on next month's agenda if the timing is right for that.
Right, but the stipulations would indicate no outdoor service. Or the corporate change, because that's what it currently exists. That's the way it currently exists.
Understood.
That's why I'm saying it may make more sense to come back. That's all.
Okay, why don't I go ahead and hold this over, if possible, for next month. And then I can get back to you within the next few days if we need to amend our notice, or if we need to just, send an entirely new notice to address both issues together.
Yeah, and you might want to go back to the state liquor authority if you can get clarification from them. But again, we don't have specific stipulations, but we did oppose it. We were at the state liquor authority at the time that this license was ultimately approved.
Okay.
So there's probably a YouTube video as well.
Certainly, yeah, and I apologize, I was not aware of that history. So that's why, I didn't have all of the details with regard to the outside seating. So we'll go ahead and address that from this point forward and come back to you.
Yeah, I mean, it may go back to 2000. I don't know if there's YouTube video from 2017, but there might be.
Well, in any event, we can have the records pulled and we can discuss it with Commissioner Donahue.
I think that's the best thing. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you very much.
And Lindsay, I've referenced in the chat the link to the SLA guidance for use of outdoor municipal property. And in this particular case, what's actually on the license as a condition is no alcoholic beverage service on front patio. So that's actually on the license itself. So in order to amend that, that's what the alteration application would be, because even though it's not a stipulation, it's a condition on the license, which is often what happens when there's not an agreement in place. As you know, the liquor authority will impose conditions on the license to find public interest, and that was one of them.
So aside from the patio area, is there any issue with them continuing to use the roadbed?
I would think that you would need to seek guidance from the liquor authority, because it's fairly clear that if there are conditions and if you read their guidance, if there's stipulations, those are the stipulations that are in place.
It is a little bit gray, so I definitely will reach out to the deputy commissioner with the difference between the roadbed and the patio areas. I want to make sure I get proper clarification on that. And anything I do obtain from the liquor authority, I'll make sure I get in writing, so that way I can share with you all as well.
Yeah, again, to reiterate, we opposed anything on the outside back in 2017. And so the application did not involve anything other than the what do you call it, the patio. So the liquor authority is only going to adjudge the patio and the steps because there was no outdoor service anywhere else.
Right.
Right. And Lindsay, if you read the first sentence, it says licensees that have as a condition of their SLA license a prohibition against the use of outdoor space are not eligible for use of outdoor municipal property. And it's all outdoor municipal property. So if there's any restriction, our reading of this has been that there's no use of any outdoor municipal property.
Okay.
But again, Tom would be the one to get full clarification from on that.
Yeah, the guidance we've been getting with the outdoor seating hasn't been perfectly clear, so I would definitely want him to speak specifically about this particular premises. So I think, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Everybody says it's not clear, but it's laid out crystal clear in the guidance document. And it's been generally because people ignore what they're reading because people haven't been following the rules, but the guidance has been very clear for some time at this point.
Okay, well, we will take care of this. I will send out a new notification and update you. I don't know if you would be able to discuss this quickly, or if you would even know, but I know we're set to come on Thursday for the other Banter location, which is on Hudson Street. I don't know if we would be running into the same problem there. They are also using.
No, the answer is no. There are stipulations in place there. That you just if you send me an email, I'll try to send you what those stipulations are. But there are stipulations on Hudson Street. That's my.
All right, so then we will see you on Thursday for that location.
Lois, did you have a question?
It's I know we say Carter said a patio, but it's actually a platform. So a patio might give an indication that it's level with the sidewalk, but it's not. It's step up I remember very clearly that there was to be no alcohol service or any food service at all. It was just to go there and stand. So it's called a platform. It has a step up.
Okay.
Were
All right,
you,
well, they'll,
did you
they'll-
hear me?
yes, although
Yeah.
your microphone is very shaky, but they'll get in touch with the SLA and find out. what they need to-
Sorry.
Okay, okay, great,
Oh.
thanks.
Okay, I'll see what I
All right, thank you. Thank you, Carter. And
Thank you, Lindsay and Joshua. Thanks a lot.
thank
See
you.
you next month.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Okay, I'm going to see if, Jemikos, GFF is ready. Mike Kelly, if you're ready, you could raise your hand, and if not, I'll just continue on. So I do not,
I think the problem with Mike is that he's actually appearing in front of another community
on
board.
another thing, so he's not raising his hand, so that's okay, so I just wanted to. Okay, so then the next application I'm going to do is going to be Kara 230 Thompson LLC at 230 Thompson Street. This is a restaurant wine license. If you could raise your hands. If you're here. Takes a minute, I'm trying to.
Hello?
Hello,
Oh, hi, good evening. Can you hear me okay?
yes,
Oh, good. I just stepped out for a bit. I'm not really quite familiar with the Zoom. Okay, so my name is Jenny Hong.
and let me just interrupt you, and the applicant is on here as well, I believe.
Yes, I believe so.
So if he could turn on his camera,
Yes, I will turn on the camera.
okay, thank you.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Okay, go right ahead.
Okay, hi, my name is Jenny Hong. I'm representing on behalf of Kara 230 Thompson LLC, located 230 Thompson Street. And we pretty much all the information that was requested from the board, it's been submitted. So this is, I think I did made one mistake on the question where it says, what type of license are you applying for? And I actually put an X mark on a new liquor license. I just meant it's total, the whole applicable, but this is only for beer and wine. So I supposed to have checked out for beer and wine, but I just X'd on a new liquor license. And this is a restaurant. This is a transfer. Mr. Moon is taking over an existing license. So the prior license, it used to be, it was operating under Karakata Ramen Restaurant. And so there, I mean, pretty much all the I don't know, all the information is already there. So I'll be just happy to answer any question that you might have.
Okay, is there any outdoor seating with the
No, there
application?
isn't. No,
So there's no outdoor.
no.
Is there any structure out there now?
Oh, not that I know of.
Okay,
Maybe I'll just double make sure with the applicant. Still, it's Mr. Moon is present.
yep. Mr.
So-
Moon, there's
Yes, ma'am.
nothing,
So what, can you say one more time, please, ma'am?
is there anything outside? Are you having a sidewalk set up? Any chairs on the sidewalk or in the roadbed?
Oh, yes, side the like some kind of the bench. Yeah, bench.
A bench is just for people to sit on while they're waiting to come in? Are you serving any food out there?
The customer waiting to be seated, ma'am.
Okay, okay, so there's no service out there, no food service or alcohol
Mhm.
service outside?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and there are how many seats and chairs inside?
There's 5 tables in total, and the total number of seats are 13.
Okay,
And there's one bar, and there is a seat available in the bar is 9, total
Okay.
9 seating.
and,
So
and,
altogether is 22 seats altogether combined.
okay, got it. And then
Mhm.
there's no TVs
No,
and the music is background only.
yes,
And there are no open doors or windows aside from the main entry. There's no French doors or anything like that.
no.
And you're not going to be operating, there's no outdoor with this,
No, no outdoor.
and there's no televisions
No,
or background music. So I think that's pretty much, there will be no pictures of beer or all you can eat and drink specials will be in the
No.
stipulations. And no dancing, no DJs, no live music, promoted events,
No.
no security, no ropes. I think that's it. So
Mhm.
that's it for me. Does anybody from the committee have any questions? Okay, is there anybody from the public that wants to speak on this application? I don't see anyone. Okay, I think that does it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Have a good night, everyone.
Good night.
Thank you.
Okay,
Mr. Kelly's ready. if you want to do
I
that.
see him. Okay, so I will bring up Jemikos GFF, Senza Gluten Cafe at 171 Sullivan Street. If you could raise your hands, I have Mr. Kelly.
And just for everybody's clarification, the calendar says 17. This is 171 Sullivan.
Yep, thanks, Bob. Okay, whenever you're ready to turn on your cameras and start, you can go ahead. This is a corporate change for Restaurant Wine Tavern.
Okay, so there's a corporate change application, as you said. Tiona Candrava and Jamal Salamdisia are the owners. Hopefully I said those correct. Tiona will be trading her interest here and taking Jamal's interest in JL Solo Inc., which is the next application. Jamal will be the 100% owner here. There's no other changes. 4 tables, 8 seats, 7-seat bar, food counter, 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. Sunday through Thursday, 8 a.m., 12 a.m. Friday and Saturday, background music. They do have street seating with 7 tables and 14 seats. And we did send in a petition. If there are any questions, we'll be happy to answer them. And there is no seating on the sidewalk.
Okay, so the seating is all in the roadbed.
Correct. No bike lane.
Stipulations that had no outdoor. Is it? Their old stipulations, did they? I believe they said no outdoor.
Yes, they did. There was no sidewalk cafe planned or no sidewalk cafe planned in the future.
So this goes back to what we just said with the other application, that if they have stipulations in place that they sign that say that there will be no sidewalk cafe, or that they're not having one, they should really be coming to us with a change in method of operation for the outdoor seating,
Okay.
as per that guidance that is in the chat.
Do you want us to come back for that?
Bob,
Yeah.
do you want to weigh in on this one? Yes.
Mike, so in other words, there's roadbed seating. I'm looking at the stipulations. There's nothing about roadbed seating that prevents any outdoor seating. That was an issue because there's never been anything outside in front of this location back in 2021 when the application was made. And so if there is a change, I mean, it has to be a corporate change. It's otherwise you're going to agree to the same stipulations in the corporate change, which doesn't fix the current issue at all.
Well, the way we look at it is when the street seating ends, that the street seating will be gone and we wouldn't be having any outdoor seating in the future. And if you want us to come back for change in method of operation to include the street seating, and it was a, obviously a strange thing that occurred and everyone did it, and pretty much most people on the block have it that can.
So what about, so the corporate change, is that, who's switching? Is it brother and sister?
More friends. They started they started the restaurant up the block in Sullivan, and then they opened up this bakery afterwards. So Jamal will be taking over the bakery and Tiona will be taking over the restaurant.
So,
Basically, each one has their love. Tiona loves the restaurant, Jamal loves the baking. So they're splitting up.
Okay, but we're essentially ignoring what the guidance is from the state liquor authority. If we,
Well, I don't think from anything I filed with the state liquor authority, they don't consider the outdoor seating under the COVID regulations something that would be breaking our stipulation.
But-
okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, that's, if you read what was put in the chat, that's not what the guidance is. The guidance states that if stipulated to not licensees that have as a condition of their license prohibition, so if you sign the stipulations that there will be no outdoor space, then in order to utilize the space, you must apply for a change in method of operation. That's what they put out as guidance on June 30th, 2022.
The state liquor authority?
Yes, that, again, look at what Carter,
Yes.
you were
okay,
on
so
another call. I'm sorry, Mike.
I'll-
So
I'll-
you weren't
yeah.
listening, but it's in the chat here and it's on their website under their use of outdoor municipal property under recent changes in the law. And that was the guidance that was posted on June 30th, 2022.
That I don't know about. But I will look into it.
Okay.
It's
To see
right
what
on the
it says.
front page of the New York State Liquor Authority's website and has been for at least 6 months.
That I've never seen it. I usually don't look at the front page because everything else is in my head. But I will take a look at it.
So,
I guess, Mike, the correction, in other words, you're asking us to look the other way, which I don't think we can.
Well, I'm not asking you to look the other way, but I will look at what the SLA guidelines from June are. And if that's what they are, that's, I'll talk to my client about it. And if we're not operating properly, he would remove it.
Well, it's not, but it's also, yeah, no, I understand. I see, but the other location, and we're going to hear that next, has somewhat of a similar situation to it, but it's a little different because there is sidewalk seating.
Yes,
So, okay.
they had a sidewalk cafe license before, I believe.
So what do you want to do? Do you want to put this over for 30 days or do you want to,
Oh, we'd rather, if you want to make a decision on it, I would get back to you before the full board.
yeah, we can't operate that way as a committee. We can't the full board is going to be Tuesday, December 20th.
I mean, generally what I would be doing right now is saying, okay, corporate change, and I'm going to give you the same stipulations as before. And those stipulations then would say you will not be operating on the outside. That's the issue here.
Okay, so can I, after my hearings, I'm gonna go to the SLA website, read up on that, and then come back and raise my hand and talk to my client
Sure.
You want to do it on both applications or one?
on both, if it's, I think the other one had a sidewalk cafe license at the time. They only have sidewalk seating.
It still needs to be cleaned up because it's a little strange, and we'll explain it to you when we get to it.
Okay,
But it needs to be cleaned up.
okay.
Okay, so you'll raise your hand after you've had a chance to do that?
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
I-
Up. Mike, I just lowered you. Okay. Okay, the next application we're going to hear is Bowery Tea House, doing business as Prince Dessert and Tea House at 134 Bowery. If you could raise your hand, I will bring you up. And for anybody who's asking about 66 Greene, I am going to call them after this one, so they have not been postponed. They are here and will be heard tonight. Okay, so let's see, I need, is Mr. Wang up? I believe. James Wang, okay, hang on, let me get your.
You got him.
Did I get him? He keeps lowering his hand and then I can't,
Oh.
so hang on 1 second. Okay. Mr. Wang, you should be coming on, good.
We got him now.
Okay, let's see, is Mr. Wang is still not on, or is he? There, you're on. Okay, so go ahead. You'll need to unmute yourself.
You hear me?
There you go, gotcha.
Listen, tea house, so they want to apply for Grnd1 license. And I did fill out the questionnaire. I think the applicant is here too. So if you have any question, yeah, we can answer.
Why don't you tell me what the hours are and tell me a little bit about the place?
Oh yes, the hour I put on application will be 11 to 11 a weekday and 11 to 12 weekend. And they just have the background music only, one TV inside. They don't have the bar and they don't have the outside.
Okay, so, and it's 18 tables and 72 seats on the inside?
Yes, something like this. Yeah.
So, and there is nothing on the outside?
For my acknowledgement, yes, I said no. I don't know the applicant. So because recently, I coming about, it's months ago. So I don't know recently. I don't think so. They have said the outside seating. No, because of Bowery, I didn't see it.
Is that correct, Ms. Young? I thought there was some box structure out there on the sidewalk that was delineating like a sidewalk cafe area.
Graffiti all over it.
So is that still there or is that gone?
Big orange box.
The structure is for people to wait for.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the long bench and the customer can wait over there.
No, nobody sit down there just for waiting.
Is it adjacent to the building? Is it right next to the building?
It's right next to the building.
It's in the middle of the sidewalk, right smack
Yeah,
dab.
next to the sidewalk. Yeah.
In the middle of the sidewalk?
In the middle.
Yeah, that needs to be pulled right next to the building. If it's a bench, I mean.
It's a full-on structure. It's a full-on.
Right.
With
Yeah,
graffiti.
it's kind of like,
It looks terrible. Is what it looks like, and it It should be there the way it is.
In other words, if you have no outdoor seating, you shouldn't have anything outside there on the sidewalk.
We used to have the outdoor seating, but we already moved all the tables, so just the bench is still there, but there's no table.
It's an enclosed, look, it's enclosed area. I'm looking right at it in a picture here, and there's tables all around, not just on the side, but also on the back side of the orange structure. And then there's a menu on it. So it is clearly for outdoor dining. So
It's just like the menu for our store. And we don't put any table anymore over there.
But you still have the enclosure on the sidewalk.
Yeah, it's because we live there and just because for people to wait over there.
That you're not permitted to do that.
Move it,
Okay.
just move it.
that's something to be removed. That has nothing to do with the open restaurants or anything of that sort. It's not in the roadbed. It's a structure built on the sidewalk. It has absolutely nothing to do with the open restaurants. It doesn't,
Yeah, I'm agreed. Yeah, so just move it because no table there, just for bench.
Okay, we can move it. Yeah.
it's not a matter of moving it. This is a structure that takes, it's 20 feet long. You don't just move it on the sidewalk. It takes up the entire storefront. It has to be removed. There's nowhere to
I mean,
put it.
it's that, yeah, it just that needs to go away. So there's nothing outside, and the application we're looking at is just discussing what you want to do on the inside. So that's what the stipulate, we will get, you know, if we send you stipulations, they will say that you are, have a restaurant on the inside with hours from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m., Sunday to Thursday, 11 a.m. to 12 a.m., Friday and Saturday. You have one television, it's background music. You have no promoted events, no live music or any of that. And that there is nothing outside, no structures, no tables, no chairs, nothing. Is that agreeable?
Yeah, you should be answered. For me, it's okay, but you should be answered.
Yeah, okay.
That structure that is out there will be removed.
Okay.
Okay. Because there was never a liquor license here before, correct? There
No.
was- no, that's what okay, and then you have a bathroom, two bathrooms?
Two bathroom.
Two
Bathrooms and one entryway. Okay, and the music is background only. Okay. So I think if we can agree to that, that does it.
Well, maybe you go to the
I'll
public.
go- Yeah, sorry, go to the public.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay, so is there anyone from the public that wants to speak on this application? Someone, hang on one second.
And Carter raised his hand too.
Okay, and Carter, go ahead while I'm trying to, if you're here from the public and you want to speak on an application, could you raise your hand and keep it raised until I promote you? Thank you. Carter, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just wondering what the status was of the letter of no objection. As you had told us in 2019 on April 20th, that the applicant was going to get a letter of no objection.
Yes, for that one, yes. So they definitely will be applied for the letter of no objection. Due to
I can't hear you because your microphone is moving.
you can hear me now? No.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So that will apply for letter of no objection, and due to the COVID-19, it's a little slow. But anyway, yeah, they did apply it, just in process. But you know the rule, okay? So when the liquor authority approved, we have to submit to the liquor authority, and also we will CC to the committee board too.
Yeah, well, you no longer have to submit it, but there's no records here that the ground floor can be used for this type of a business.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah. So this really, yeah.
So you've already applied for the letter of no objection?
Yes. Yeah. Due to the COVID-19 is slow, but anyway, I will push them follow up And if we got it, I will CC to the board, and I will CC to I will submit it to legal authority when the license approved. This is the condition from legal authority.
Okay.
Jeffrey Rowland?
Hi, I just like to have a date that they are committing to remove the structure by, rather than the vagueness of, yes, we'll remove it. I would like to know by when.
Okay.
Okay, I understand.
We'll
Okay,
get that.
你回答他，你说你是，他问你什么时候可以挪掉？一个月、
I think by this month I can do that. I can remove it.
And this month.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. That's
Thank you.
all.
Gilda Pervin, would you like to speak?
Yes, please. The tea house has been fine as a tea house. My concern as a resident, I live in 134, is that the Bowery has become quite noisy. The level of screaming people from midnight to 3 in the morning is amazing. And my concern is I wouldn't want the tea house, which has been, fine, to now become a restaurant bar where the patrons would be leaving all at the same time, or even coming in after having gone to other bars and adding to the yelling and screaming that takes place. So I would like some assurance from the management that has been fine so far, that somehow there would be controls so that, I don't know how this is done or if it's possible, but once there's alcohol and people have had a number of drinks, it just seems that the noise level when they leave is terrible. We all know that. So that's my concern.
Okay, thank you. And thanks for coming.
Mhm.
Okay, so by the end of the month, Bob, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask her a question, but that, yeah.
Oh, you want me to put her, let me, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't know if we can get it back.
I'm just gonna allow her to talk. So, Ms. Pervin, you should be able to speak. Mr. Ely wanted to ask you a question.
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, yeah, Ms. Pervin, so I understand the objection, the objection with regards to the shed, but this is a beer and wine application, so and they're closing at what their hours are going to be is 11 during the week and 12, so it's not a late night establishment, and in terms of at some point in the future there may be some outdoor seating in front. But not the structure itself, but some outdoor seating, which I think occurs at many locations in our area. Is that something that you could welcome? Say it closed at 10 o'clock at night?
Well, if it closes early and there's not the level of yelling and screaming, I don't know what it is with people that they begin screaming. But
I guess my point is the screaming that you do here, you don't connect it to this particular location?
No, I do not.
Yeah,
I do
okay.
not. The tea house as a tea house has been, a fine neighbor, no problem at all. So I'm just being cautious.
Right. So this is a neighbor we want to keep, right? We want to keep this neighbor if we can.
Sure.
Okay.
They've been fine. I'm just being cautious about the fact that once it gets mixed with alcohol, the tone changes. And
I totally understand being on this committee for a long time, exactly what you're saying.
Right. And there's never been a liquor license there. That's another point.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So Donna, if I could just follow up.
Yep.
Yeah, Ms. Yang, so the objection is to the structure on the sidewalk. It's not necessarily to having some seating out there. People want to sit out there. Okay. So if your application at some point in the future seeks outdoor seating, I don't think there's going to be a tremendous objection to that. It's the structure itself, okay?
Okay, we will remove it by this month
Okay.
as soon as possible. Yeah.
And if you want to have outdoor seating at some point in the future, you need to do an alteration application. That's all, okay?
Okay.
And,
No
and Mr. Wang can explain that to you, but I just want to make sure you understand that because I don't think there's any objection to your business one bit, but I think the structure is a little out of line, that's all.
Yeah, I understand. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Monsieur.
Carter, did you have anything else? Give you a second to see.
No.
Oh, okay, so I'll lower your hand. Okay, thank you very much for coming
Thank
in.
you.
Good luck.
Thank you. Good night.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. So the next application is going to be 66 Greene Soho LLC at 66 Greene Street. If you could raise your hand.
Hello, everyone.
Oh,
I should have with me Alex Grant.
you should be coming right now.
Great, I see his little box. Alex, if you can hear me, unmute yourself and turn on your camera.
Hello.
Excuse me, Donna, what application is this? I didn't hear you call it.
This is 66 Greene Soho at 66 Greene Street.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
All right. Hello, everyone. Happy holidays. My name is Phil Dorn, attorney with Pizetsky and Bookman. With me, like I just mentioned, is Alex Grant, who is the owner of 66 Greene LLC. Alex is a Grammy-nominated musician. He's also a fashion designer who will be bringing his clothing brand, which is called By Alexander, to Soho. The store will have his clothing featured upstairs and downstairs. The downstairs portion, which is below ground level, will serve sushi and will be beer and wine only. It'll be recorded background music only, no DJ, no dancing, no private events. There's also no seating outside through the DOT Open Restaurants program. The hours of operation are 2 a.m. 7 nights a week. In terms of outreach, Alex met with Sean Sweeney of the Soho Alliance. He may be here tonight. I know they had a productive conversation. No, I won't speak for Sean. If he's here, we'd be happy to hear from him. I'll leave it with that. If anyone has any questions about the concept or about other specifics, we'd of course be happy to answer them. Again, I just really want to highlight that this is beer and wine only, no DJ. This isn't a nightclub or a place where people will be loud and wild. This will be a place for Alex to merge a nice food and beverage concept with his passion for fashion, right in the middle of Soho. So with that, I'll turn it over to the committee.
And what are the hours of the clothing store? The same hours?
The same hours.
So the clothing.
So we'd be happy to stipulate to closing the sale. I mean, it's all one licensed premises, so the hours would be encompassed in the entire premises. But if you wanted clothing sales to stop a little earlier, I guess we'd be happy to agree to that.
I mean, okay, and so downstairs is sushi, that's in the dining area, the bar, so it's all to seated people?
Sorry, say that again, Donna?
Is it all to seated people? The service of alcohol and the service of food, people are sitting at tables and at the bar?
Yeah, I mean, there's seating downstairs via tables and bar seating, and then there's also seating upstairs in what's called the lounge area on the floor plan.
And then, so how do people in the lounge area get served?
They would go up to the bar.
And the bar is in the back there?
Is downstairs, correct.
So they're going downstairs to the bar, buying a drink and then bringing it upstairs.
That's right.
Okay. And And is the food service by wait staff? Is the drink service by wait staff, or does everybody get everything by going to the bar and bring it to
Well,
wherever?
there are 4 tables with 36 seats, and those tables will be wait staff, just like your standard sushi restaurant.
And is this advertised on the outside as a restaurant or a clothing store, or will people, how will you take dinner reservations?
Yeah, we'll take dinner reservations. It's of course open to the public. I'll leave that question to Alex as to how he plans on advertising outside.
Yeah, it will be sorry, hey, it will be advertised as a fashion store. With a restaurant below, essentially, a small one.
Okay, I mean, it looks like half of the place is the restaurant or the lounge, or more than half of it is a lounge, really.
Right, it's a hybrid. It's a bit of both.
Okay. And are there any operable doors or windows?
No.
Has there been, so the music is supposed to be background only?
Yep, that's right. No DJs, no live music, no karaoke.
Or performances?
No performances.
Nothing like that, okay. And
no private events, no third-party promoters.
no private events, no private parties to be held in the space?
That's right.
Okay, I think I'll go to the committee and see what they have to say. Susan?
Hi, thank you for coming tonight. I live 1 block north of you on Greene between Prince and Spring, which is why I've received many concerned phone calls from neighbors, because I'm probably the closest community board member to where your location is. And I am interested to know more about the outreach that you actually did with the direct neighbors. And you mentioned Soho Alliance, who you thought you had a very constructive conversation with, but Sean Sweeney sent 2 emails out just today, 100% vehemently opposing this application. So that would indicate to me, either you were not listening to any of the conversations, or you had a very different understanding of the community's reaction and interest in your location. I mean, Green Street, as you may know, is a quiet residential street in New York. There are no clubs, there are no late night restaurants. And so I would also like to know how you feel this benefits the block. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. There were a few points in there, so I'd like to try to address
I'll repeat
them all.
anything you forgot.
Thank you. As far as outreach goes, Alex owns this building, so he would be operating the restaurant and store downstairs, and he lives above. So there are no other residents in this building that stand.
I'm not concerned as much with the building that Alex lives in, but he has neighbors surrounding him 360 degrees. So that is where we always request applicants to get feedback from the community. So obviously Alex thinks it's a great idea, it's his idea, but I need to know what other neighbors think. They've communicated with us. And as I mentioned, the Soho Alliance, who you met with and you thought it was positive, came out today with 2 emails, 100% opposing the application.
Right. We're happy to hear if anyone's here to speak specifically on certain subjects of concerns. We're happy to hear them.
They are
postponed this meeting
here,
a
but
month.
I'm asking you directly if you made any attempt to communicate with the neighbors and seek their support. And I'm also asking you how you so misunderstood your positive conversation with Soho Alliance when they wrote 2 emails against the application.
Our attempt, we had postponed this meeting because we came to understand that Sean Sweeney wanted to speak with us. So we spent the month speaking to him, having back and forth with him. That was the outreach effort. Other than that, this is a beer and wine application, so we didn't go
Did you see
door to
the
door.
emails that Soho Alliance sent out today?
And I just, no, we're not privy to those emails. I do just want to say that I didn't use the word positive, I said constructive, and there is a difference.
Okay, that's fine. I accept your correction. Just because it's a beer and wine license doesn't mean that you don't need to do outreach to neighbors other than.
No, of course not, but we felt confident in our application, plus our conversations with Sean, we felt confident to proceed tonight.
Well, it's interesting to me that you felt confident about a conversation which turned out to be 100% against your application.
Well,
I'm
if
happy to
Sean is
like
here to
let
speak
some
to
other
it,
people
then
speak
we'd
now.
love to speak with him.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Susan. Bob?
Yeah, so thanks. So Phil, this is going to be a Tavern wine application?
That's right.
Okay, and there's no vented kitchen? There's no kitchen here?
No, not a full kitchen. It's just sushi preparation.
So the food, do we have a menu?
Yeah, there is a menu in the application.
Okay, and so everything would be cold? There's not going to be anything heated up?
As with many sushi restaurants, I believe that to be the case, but I will let Alex speak to whether or not there will be hot items on the menu.
Yeah, everything will be cold.
That's it. Thank you.
Anybody else from the committee have anything at this time?
Do you mind if I just add one thing about the food?
Go right ahead.
It's not as if this will just be pre-prepared sushi that's pulled out of a refrigerator. There will be a chef on the premises at all times.
And so just going back to the kitchen part of it, so I mean, it's not going to be vented. Is there any plans to have any sort of venting take place in the future, or this is going to stay sushi? And in other words, do we expand a kitchen in this area, in this location?
It will stay sushi. There's no plans for any venting.
And what about certificates of occupancy and things of that sort at this location?
We're in the works with the DOB to make sure that it's use group 6, eating and drinking. Of course, we're going to make sure we're DOB compliant.
Okay, in the basement too.
Yep.
Okay, Bob?
Yep.
Okay, is there anyone, I see hands raised from the public, so if you'd like to speak on this application, please raise your hand.
Help, Donna, I can help.
Okay. Yeah, you're gonna raise them to panelists, don't just have them speak, okay? Okay, Marcelo Dueck? You want to turn on your camera?
Yes, hi.
Hi.
I'm sorry. I have been living and working out of 68 Green Street right next door for about 30 plus years. I was a tenant at 66 Green Street for about 10 years with a store called Boca Grande. I have been on Green Street between Spring and Broome since 1989. It is a quiet residential block. It has absolutely no place for any of the concept that Mr. Grnd and his lawyer are presenting, which is an absolute scam. There's no restaurant, there's no clothing store here that will open at 11 and close at 6 like every single other business in the block. They are essentially opening a restaurant and they're opening a club. This is 2 o'clock in the morning, and they're going to have 10 cars outside, a rope, security, people drinking, sitting on the platforms of the gorgeous platforms of that LPC protected block. Soho is packed. Nobody expects the city to be quiet, but the city Soho is for the tenant until 9 in the morning when the trucks, or 8 o'clock when the trucks arrive. And after 6 p.m., we walk the dogs and walk the kids, and we say hello to each other at 6, 7 p.m., 8 p.m. The city belongs to the taxpayer, to the people that have been living and raising kids there. I have 2 kids there. We had years ago a recording studio right behind. The walls were vibrating. These buildings cannot and will not protect the neighbors from the sound of this place. beside living and working there, I'm a property manager, and I work and I know about, I don't know, 20 buildings in the area. And beside that, I'm actually literally next door, and I'm there all the time, every day. No one ever contacted me. As a matter of fact, I found out about this through one of the neighbors and a friend of mine that sent me an email, the email that the Soho Alliance sent. So, Mr. Dorn, your comments were 100% inaccurate. Mr. Grnd, you have a project that I hope to God that will never raise, because what you guys are going to do there will destroy the way we have been living, all of us, for the past many, many decades. We love and respect this block and this neighborhood. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'm just going to say we have a lot of people here to speak on this application. So if everybody can just not repeat too much and get your points across quickly, or say you agree, that would be much appreciated. David Lang, go right ahead.
Yeah, hi. First of all, like Marcello, I've been in the neighborhood for a long time. I've been in the neighborhood for 40 years. I've lived in this building on the 5th floor for 30 years now. And I can say, like Marcello, no one has contacted me. So because it has been asserted that we have been contacted, I now believe that I cannot believe any of the other things that these candidates have said for their application, because I know that that is not true. I live here, I work here, I've raised my family here. I live here with 3 children. This is not a good place for me and my children to come home in the middle of the night, 2 o'clock in the morning, to see a bunch of people outside. I'd also like to say there are already activities taking place in the storefront. There are already shoots, there are already things happening. So saying that these things will not be happening in the future, I find that very difficult to believe. Thank you very much.
Let me just ask you, which building are you in?
I'm in 66 Greene Street. I live on the
You're
5th.
in the building. You're in the
I'm
actual
in
building.
the very building. That's
Okay.
right. And no
Okay,
one has contacted me.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, next I will go to Kat Sosnick.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
I just want to echo what Marcelo said. I've lived at 103 Greene Street, which is a block away.
From clustermaps.com, Marcelo is a resident of 14,909 Southwest 105 STR.
There.
Sorry about that. I just want to echo what has been said. I live at 103 Greene Street, which is between Prince and Spring, for the past 25 years. I've also raised my children here. One thing to note about our street is that noise travels. We've had events in the past at the Dior store or a block away, and I live on the 5th floor, and noise travels. And we have kept our neighborhood safe from it for many, many years. And I think that this would disrupt the sense of peace that we get as residents after the stores close between 6 and 7 p.m. We do live in a highly, highly pedestrian trafficked area, and I think the evenings do belong to the residents and should continue to belong to the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Mickey McGee? Mickey, somehow you're muted. It shows you unmuted, but I can't hear you.
Is that better?
That's better.
Okay, great. Thank you. I don't live on this block. I'm here to support my neighbors over to the east. We have a similar problem on my block. We have a fashion design store that is actually an illegal cannabis dispensary with an ATM in the back and free pot with donation. It has a roadbed shed. It's a big problem. All of this kind of stuff is a scam. This one sounds exactly like the scam on my block. I really encourage you to deny this license. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Rhonda Shearer?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, thank you for this opportunity. I live right next door since 1994. And, you know, we are artists and we have a lifestyle here where it's really a home with neighbors. And I was shocked today to hear the word restaurant uttered. This was such a deceptive application. I think on its face, discounts, you know, any possible belief in what is being presented. The idea of a clothing store staying open till 2 a.m. is laughable. And none of the restaurants, if you check systematically with all the neighboring clothing stores, they close at 7. So if Mr. Grant wants to open a clothing store, I suggest he follows the pattern of the very successful known brands on the block that are successful with that formula. So this idea that he's not going to be doing music when he is, you know, a contemporary music performance guy who's already done a big performance November 12th. I circulated photos I took. The sidewalks were blocked both on the east and west. The streets were blocked. It was dangerous for pedestrians, blocking traffic. It was in my loft. It was the bass speaker was vibrating in my loft, and they had an outdoor speaker where you need a permit for any application of that kind of amplification. So it was really something where the event, a very loud event, makes a mockery of what he says in his application, where it's background quiet music. Already he's violated that and nothing's been open. But yet at the same time, he's going to have soundproofing and a sound engineer. Does that make any sense? All of this doesn't make sense. It's all contradictory and points to deception. And we're not stupid. You know, it's very insulting on top of being preposterous. So thank you for the opportunity to talk.
Thank you. Deborah Lesson?
Hi, I am the second floor tenant at 66 Greene Street. And I totally applaud what my neighbors have already said. And I just would like to add to that, that if you were having a normal conversation on the ground floor, I can hear it on the second floor. So any kind of music, low-level music, elevator music after 8 o'clock at night would be a huge disturbance. I also want to point out that a number of years ago, there was a club around the corner on Broome Street, and the crime level in our neighborhood went way up. Cars were broken into, front doors were broken into. We don't need to revisit this. I also have a business on the second floor that requires quiet. I see people privately, and I really worry about being able to continue to earn a living there. I've been in that building since 1978. Thank you.
Thank you. Pierre Consagra, I'm going to allow you to speak. Pierre?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, now I can hear you. Go right ahead.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm a long time Broadway. I've been living on Broadway for a long time. It's not far on between Prince and Spring Street. And we are extremely sensitized to the issue of these completely negligent parties that feel like it's their right to blast music without any kind of sense that residents live here and are paying a lot of money to live here, and that you know, we don't have a sense that there's a way to secure some sort of legislation, whatever it is, that can really come down hard on these people. What is the excuse for this recent blowout on the street where there wasn't any liquor going on? And then can we imagine what would happen with liquor? What kind of excuse was it that this gentleman here, this applicant here, has to create such a huge disturbance and then feel like it's okay to continue.
Okay, got it. That
Thank
it? Okay, thank
Yep.
you. All right, thanks a lot. Sean Sweeney.
Yeah, hi, thank you. Yeah, I just want to relate what really the conversation. Alex contacted me in maybe early November. We had a cordial 1-hour conversation, and a second time, maybe mid-November, another, or maybe early December, another cordial conversation. He explained his concept. I go, yeah, but it's going to be a club. Come on. And I told him I knew it was going to be a club because when I first came to Soho, I worked in a club that was in my own building, and people in that building in those days didn't care about having a club there. And I said, but the Soho Alliance's predecessor, the Soho Artists Association, put into the zoning resolution an amendment to prohibit late night clubs in Soho. And that's why, and then I mentioned the Soho House, a very chic, fancy, expensive private club, wanted to come in at 110 Greene about 1998. And I told them, I said, you know, we had a meeting. We did have a meeting, but the Soho House did meet with the neighbors and our lawyer. And we said, you know, you should not come to Greene Street. Just because you're from Soho, London, and Soho, New York doesn't make any sense. They went to the meat market. He called me 3 years later saying, thanking me because they were a club. I know what a club is. This is going to be a club. So Alex did want to be honest. Alex did want to meet with the neighbors. And I said, okay, where do we want to have this? And I go, how about your house? And he goes, I don't know if I want to do that. And I go, well, it's your business. And I said, okay, we'll have it in my house. And he would nicely volunteer to have cheese and wine. Then I got COVID for about 2 weeks. And then Thanksgiving came. And then we talked again. And I said, let's meet with the neighbors. And we were not sure of the venue. And he'd get back to me. And I said, it's like a week away. Why don't we wait until January and meet with the neighbors? And then you can, because you're like 9 months away. You don't even have a C of O for down there. What's the big rush? And he told me his lawyer, I'm not sure if it's this fellow or Bookman, just said, let's full steam ahead, damn the torpedoes. So that's what happened.
Okay.
Again, we totally oppose this. As you committee knows, we haven't appeared before your committee in years because we have things under control here. And we strongly request you deny it. And I do plan to reach out to our elected officials to write letters to the State Liquor Authority to also oppose it.
Okay.
So I would ask Mr. Grant to really reconsider his plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Rona Trocchi, hope I got your name correct.
I don't really have anything to add, except that I support what my neighbors have said. I live at 63 Greene, which is right across the street. I've lived here since 1976. We have a wonderful quiet block at night. We deserve that after all the traffic during the day. And the last thing we need is a club. And I would really urge the community board to oppose this application. Thank you.
An and thank you for your brevity. Jeffrey Rowland.
Yes, I'm not going to take up much time. I'm very opposed to this. I think it's completely unnecessary. There are ample sushi and wine beer serving places within very close walking distance. I see no benefit to the community. I hope that the community board, the committee votes against this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Tenenbaum.
Hi, everybody. I'll be brief as well. I am here primarily in support of my neighbors to the north, but I also wanted, I noticed that a question hadn't really been answered. They do say they will be having promoted events. I was curious how often, if the community board could put a limit on those, on the number, say 6 a year or less, and what type of promoted events they're contemplating. because the very fact that they're planning on that kind of, it just, the whole concept doesn't make sense if they're really a clothing store with a little bit of food. It just doesn't make any sense at all. And I agree with the neighbors that this is very suspicious. Thank you.
Thank you. Barry Malin?
Can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Yeah. I'm here as well with my wife, Gail. We've been in Soho for more than 20 years. I'm actually an attorney as well that's worked with Sean in the Soho Alliance over the years in battling a lot of these kinds of places, and in many ways and many times defeating a number of applications in Soho to, keep it the Soho that we would, want it to be, and for families and those of us who have enjoyed Soho over the years. We live on Mercer Street, which backs up on the back of Greene Street. And so those living on Mercer Street in the back will be impacted by this as well. And the idea that they do say they're going to have promoted events is really a strong indication that this is going to be a club. A club by any other name is still a club. And so the concern here is that they're asking now for a wine and beer license and hoping to get in, with a stamped approval. And then in a few months, they're going to come back and ask for that full liquor license. And then we're going to be stuck with a place that now already has a license and now it is going to have the issue of making it more and more difficult to combat that once they are licensed initially. So we certainly have that real concern that this is really going to turn into a full licensed premises. I think the time to stop is now, and we strongly oppose this. And this is something that really should be stopped at this point in time. So thank you.
Thank you. Renee Monrose.
I will be brief too. I just want to add my voice to the chorus of Green Street residents, although I live on Broadway. In opposition to this application, I think it's clear if you read the application that this is a club with a small retail component rather than a store with some food. And the fact that Mr. Grant has been smirking his way through this meeting has been very offensive and indicative of this application. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that does it, but if there is anyone else, hang on 1 minute, from the public that wants to speak, please raise your hand and keep it raised so I can promote you.
Promoted one more person. Oh, but he declined.
Okay, then we can just allow talking.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Mr. Holden. Mr. Holden, if you would like to speak,
Yes.
go right ahead.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
No, I am at a building on Spring and Mercer. And what we've done is we've never allowed residences on the ground floor to be, to have kind of loud noise and music, because we've been through that for many, many years. And now what we do with our tenants is we make sure that there's no big parties like that. And there's soundproofing so that the status of everything is to keep it so that people in the building and on the street, if those doors are closed, do not hear anything. And that's been a very, very difficult journey. But we now finally have tenants in there who are telling us, have done that kind of work. So we're not going to have that problem, we hope, anymore. I completely also, as an architect and a longtime resident, agree with Barry Malin. Once you go down the licensing for alcohol, et cetera, it's very hard to go backwards. So please do not allow this if there's anything you can do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Christine Shattuck, you should be able to speak. You can't turn on your,
Okay, can you hear me?
yes.
Oh, good. I live at 63 Greene, directly across from the venue or proposed venue, on the second floor. And I remember the ballet dancer or whatever she was that was there a couple weeks ago when Rhonda was mentioning, and how, what a clogged situation it was on the streets, and, you know, not just people that live around here, but just random people walking through. You couldn't, it was so invasive, and cars and, you know, people screaming, and it's just, we already get enough of that. That's constant, just with this different stores and people that come out, you know, come into the city for street parties. That's one of the big things that we have to deal with all the time. And so, like, yeah, we deserve our night. My bedroom is literally right on the street, and I don't have anywhere else to go. So I have to, you know, you have to suck it up and deal with it. And if they have this thing open till 2 a.m, you know, security guards and all these different people out in the street, it's just going to ruin the peace that we do get. So.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Searles? You need to unmute yourself. I muted you.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
I live at 62 Greene Street, 62, 64, right next door. We've lived there since 1974. We co-opted the building originally. And I just want to support my neighbors in being totally opposed to this project. It's clear that it's a club. Their activities so far have shown them to be not good neighbors. And I just don't think it's a good idea for our block. We have a quiet block, as everybody else has said, and I just want to support that and urge you to not approve this application.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that oh, I almost did it. Hang on, one more. Okay.
No, how come I wasn't able?
I have Arwen Yip, and I think that does it. If you want to turn on your microphone, you should be able to turn on your camera as well if you'd like. There you go. Okay, go ahead. You need to unmute.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. My name is Geneva Kwok, and I'm here with my family, Arwen Yip, and our very young daughter, who's 11 months. We live here at 60 Greene, which is 2 buildings away from this situation. Thank you for allowing us to speak. I wanted to introduce ourselves as real people who live in the neighborhood. And it is, of course, utmost concern to have a neighborhood that is safe and a quality of life that we all want and deserve. So with that said, again, just wanted to introduce ourselves. We're a real family, and safety is our utmost priority. And I thank you for your consideration to keep this a wonderful and safe and high quality of life neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think that does it. Mr. Dorn.
All right. Many things were just said. There is no way I'll be able to address
Hang on
everything.
just 1 second. There's just one other person that wants to speak. Alice Icock. I think I have your name right. My glasses are not. You should be able to speak.
Okay, I too live at 62 Greene Street. I have lived here since 1975. I am, as many of us, were artists who pioneered the neighborhood, who have improved the neighborhood enormously. We have spent enormous amount of time and money in creating this neighborhood. I absolutely oppose this on every grounds that everyone has raised. And as a long time resident of Soho and New York City, and as someone who has been actually, I was a commissioner on Mayor Bloomberg's Art and Design Committee. I absolutely oppose this. Absolutely. And I would find this a despicable thing and insulting to do to people who have worked here for years to build this neighborhood.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I think that does it.
May I proceed?
Now you can proceed. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Donna. That's okay. Many things were just said over the last half hour or so. There's no way I'll be able to address all of them. I don't have a desire to address all of them. I just want to preface with there was no attempt here to deceive anybody. We, as a law firm, and Alex both take pride in coming to you as credible presenters and as people that, you know, try to do things the right way. This was not an attempt to be disingenuous or to pull a fast one on anyone. Specifically, I do want to address Sean because we have obviously had correspondence over the last month or so. There was clearly a miscommunication regarding the idea of torpedoing this application through. We do not want to do that. You're correct. This store won't be open for a little while, and for that reason, we are asking that we put this over till January. We're certainly happy to do that, and in that time, we would really love to address these concerns that we just heard over the past 30 minutes. If we could get the contact information from these people, if somehow they could write to the committee, to the community board with their contact info, we'd love to reach out via email. We'd love to host a virtual meeting. We'll find some way to address these concerns head on, because we really are not trying to deceive anybody. We want to be a good neighbor. We already are a neighbor. Alex lives in this building. He wants to build a good relationship with you all, and that was the goal tonight. It was not to torpedo through this, but to try to come to an agreement and try to listen to what people have to say and come to a solution. I do just want to remind everyone that this is not a 500-foot case. This is something that can be taken to the SLA and has a good chance of getting approved at the SLA unless there is good cause to show that it shouldn't be approved. For the people that have problems with food and beverage being on the block, that's a zoning concern. That's a concern for the DOB. That's not a concern for the SLA. That's not something as a beer and wine application. That's not something that's not subject to the 500-foot law that we have to necessarily be concerned with. But with that said, I do just want to say thank you for people coming out tonight, and we do want to spend this next 30 days addressing your concerns. So, with that, we request to put it over to January.
Okay, and Mr. Grant, do you have anything you want to say at this time?
No, I just like to say thanks for everyone to give me their opinions. They were very strong, but yeah, I hope to address everybody's concerns as we move forward.
Okay, and I think the Soho Alliance, so you have Sean Sweeney's email, and I think he is able to get in touch with most of the members of the community. So
whatever's the easiest way, if that's the easiest way, I'm down.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to do it. Of course, if there's anybody on here who is not in contact with Sean, you can always email us and we can pass your information along. Bob?
Yeah, so I mean, that was a lot said tonight, and pretty significant that even the people in the same building didn't know about it. So at least until they were informed by other folks. So first thing is, the hours of operation. Okay, I mean, those 2 a.m. is, you're not going to get any support with 2 a.m. So, I mean, the other thing is soundproofing. How could you, in these old buildings, not have soundproofing? So it's like, it's what's being sought here, obviously is a significant difference than what was there in the past. So I'm hoping that those issues are going to be addressed, not just with me, but with the community. So, I mean, it's just a little strange putting it over after we heard everybody. I mean, that's all. I'm hoping that those issues, at the very least, are going to be resolved by the time they come back here next month.
We would like to do our best to resolve those issues.
Okay, because the hours are 2 a.m. and nobody's going to agree to hours at 2 a.m. on that block. So I mean, are you indicating that there's going to be give on the hours?
Yeah, that's something that we'll address in the next month. I mean, if that were the only issue tonight, then we could come to an agreement on the hours and walk away happy. But it seems like there are several issues, so we'll address all of them. Yes, there's certainly room for.
And a clothing store, if it's truly a high-end type of clothing store, a Tavern wine is completely inconsistent with that type of operation. It doesn't make any sense at all. So I mean, if you're really going to be a retail establishment, if that's clothing retail is going to be the main focus here, then the Tavern wine license, there's other licenses that are out there that could be more consistent with that.
Well, like I said, it's a hybrid concept, and we've discussed internally which license option is the best route to take, and that's the determination we came to.
Okay, thank you.
Carter Booth?
Yeah, my concern is just there's so many inconsistencies here, between the applicant and the community, and the fact, that Bob highlighted, the people in the building itself weren't even aware of this. And that really goes to, for your firm, is the outreach. I mean, you guys aren't new to Soho. You've done plenty of applications. You're familiar with the community groups, and having just such a great disconnect here, people have a right to be concerned. And that's precisely the reasons why the authority will either impose conditions on things when there are questions. While beer and wine isn't subject to the 500-foot rule, they are, the character of the applicant, what they're going to be doing, that you follow and do what you're going to be doing. And the application here is for a clothing store. And, there's a lot of inconsistencies that follow that aren't common to a clothing store. And so these are fair questions. And I think that that's hard for us to understand why there's such a huge disconnect. And that goes directly to both, the applicant and their representatives, and why there's such a disconnect with the community, because that information, we're hearing all these different things. And, that may be that the community is running ahead, but it's not helpful. And it would be helpful that everybody understands exactly what, in fact, the application is, what we're reviewing, what is an accessory to what. Those are all important distinctions that carry all the way through in this process. And that's just not clear here. And I think that, what Mr. Sweeney had said, that it just rushing ahead full steam is not an unfair characterization when you look at everything that's been presented tonight on both sides. So,
I would just like to say, I totally take in what you're saying. And for me, I'm new to this process, and I clearly haven't got everything right. And so I'm learning as I go. And I just found out about Sean from a neighbor completely randomly. And I was trying to do outreach me and my sister were going to people on the street. That wasn't working. So I'm learning as I go. So I've made some mistakes, but I will be doing better next time.
Yeah, and I'm happy to hear that. I think the conversation's important. These conversations shouldn't be taking place at our meetings. In reality, they should be taking place with the neighbors and then coming to us so that we understand what the differences are from you guys and the neighbors, and what there's agreement on. So
yeah, no, totally.
I'll leave it at that, because we have lots of other applications.
Okay, thank you. So I think that does it. So we will see you next month. Do the outreach. If you have, you know how to get in touch, Phil. If you need anything, need names or anything like that, just let me know.
Great. Thanks, Donna. And thank you, everyone.
All right. Good night. Okay. All right. So see. I am going to promote Michael Kelly just so we can have some conclusion on that.
Hello, okay.
Oh,
Now I know the pitfalls of having a website on favorites. So I read what you were talking about. So I'm gonna re-notify the community board for a change in method of operation for the outdoor seating for them. And if you want us to hold over the corporate change till then, or want to vote on that, because it's gonna have nothing to do with the outdoor seating, that would be up to you.
I think it's difficult for us to do the corporate change because the corporate change would have the same stipulations that are there
Okay.
now. I get is, so.
All right,
they-
that's
sign
not a
stipulations
problem.
saying no outdoor. If, you know.
Okay, that's fine.
Bob, you want to weigh in on that? Am I?
We want to resolve everything at one time.
Okay,
They go hand in hand.
all righty, no
So is
problem.
Yes.
that,
So Michael, you'll give me a 30-day notice and we'll
Yeah.
come.
or are we talking both of these, 171 Sullivan and 206?
What was wrong with 206? I'm not exactly sure.
Do you want to call that, Don?
I can call 206, yeah. So why don't we call 206?
Okay, good,
this is-
because if
So
there's
this,
some kind of problem with, you know.
okay, so let me just
Here.
call it so everybody knows which application we're on. JL Solo Inc. Doing business as Senza Gluten at 206 Sullivan Street. So if you are the applicant here on that one, which I see you are, I will promote you and we will hear that one.
Okay, ready to go? Okay,
Um,
so this would be a corporate change also. Tiona would be taking Jamal's percentage ownership and she would be the only owner. There's no other changes, full service gluten-free restaurant. 28 tables, 56 seats, 6-seat bar. 8 AM to 12 AM, Sunday through Thursday, 8 AM to 2 AM, Friday and Saturday, background music. And they would be looking for the sidewalk seating with 8 tables and 32 seats. There's no street seating. And they did have a sidewalk cafe previously.
Okay, do me one favor, just go back to the hours again. I'm sorry, I was shuffling my paper.
8 AM to 12 AM, Sunday through Thursday, 8 AM to 2 AM, Friday and Saturday.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. Okay, and how much is outside?
It would be 8 tables and 32 seats against the wall.
Okay, so Michael, the clarification is that way back when, the last time we heard the application, there were stipulations that there would be no outside. That goes back to 2014, and we have signed stipulations. So
Okay.
then, after that, you came to our community board's Sidewalk Cafe Committee, who didn't judge anything that had to do with the service of alcohol, but agreed to a sidewalk cafe. And Donna, that was 10 and 11, and I think it's 8 and 16, 6 and 16 or 8 and 16.
It's
So 8 tables.
16 seats, it's six, it said 6 tables and 16 seats and, give me 1 second.
So-
Yeah.
So I don't think there's an objection to the 6 tables and 16 seats. But the clarification needs to be that the stipulations now have to include the 6 tables and 16 seats. And the application is for a lot more in terms of outdoor seating. So
Yes.
so what's currently there is 6 and 16 is a corporate change. So that's what we're talking about for purposes of the corporate change. And I can send you the resolution and the stipulations if you want, but we looked them up before tonight.
No, I believe you. I didn't do their liquor license back then. So Tiona, would you agree to the 6 tables and 16 seats outside for now? And then we'll talk about if you want to come back next month for a
Yes,
change in method of
absolutely.
operation?
Yes, absolutely. I would, and thank you.
Okay, so that's 6 tables and 16 seats
On the sidewalk.
on the
On the
side.
sidewalk. Nothing.
No
in the
road, no road bed. Okay, thank you. That's the explanation. I wanted to make sure that you guys knew that.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
And that's adjacent to the building. And the hours, Bob, outside there were 10 and 11?
10 and 11 is what it,
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay, so we got that one done. All right.
I think you went past another one of mine, Renana.
That's going later. You're still here.
Okay.
Going in order, pretty much going in order.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay.
I'm sorry.
They
Okay.
were number 5.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Good night.
As always, good night.
Okay. The next one is going to be Aim Leon Door Soho, doing business as Aim Leon Door at 214 Mulberry Street. If you could raise your hand, and I apologize if I mispronounced the name. We have both of you up.
Hi.
Okay, just hang on 1 second.
No problem.
There we go. Okay, there you go. All right. So go ahead, tell us about your application.
Hi, so my name is Kathleen Stathopoulos. I'm the attorney for Aimé Leon Dore. Aimé Leon Dore right now is a retail clothing store that's located at this location with a coffee bar. They're actually going to be closing and relocating next door as a retail clothing store. And I'm not sure if I'm actually describing that right, but Panos, who is here, can describe that better. But in the space we're having, we intend to put a cafe there. We're looking for a wine and beer license. Our hours that we are requesting are to 1 a.m. during the week and 2 a.m. on Thursday, Friday, Saturday. They are absolutely negotiable. We have no outdoor cafe, no outdoor service whatsoever. There is 38 seats, 17 tables, 1 bar with 4 seats. There was a full liquor license there from 2012 to 2018 by the name of Balabusta. I think that there is a L&O for a commercial establishment there, no C of O in the building. And I think that's about everything. We did do some outreach. We sent, I think, about 16 names of neighbors, some of them in the building, some of them nearby the building. I think it's mainly a commercial street, but we did try and get some residences. And if you have any questions, that's, oh, and I didn't mention that we did put in there for a DJ as well. That's something we don't really have any immediate plans for. It was something that my client wanted to do in case there was ever a party there or whatnot. And they have, because the building is old, they have undertaken soundproofing, which has been quite extensive, and they've paid quite a bit of money to do that. And Pana, who is the manager there, can speak more directly about that.
Thank you, Kathleen. A small correction, if I may, we reduced the number of tables to 10 only.
Okay.
So 22 guest capacity. And the DJ booth, the only reason why I wrote DJ on the diagram is it's a record player, so it's for records. I just wanted to, I had to say DJ booth because technically it is a DJ booth. And the soundproofing happened only because we have an excellent relationship with the tenants of the building. And the tenant above requested that we soundproof the ceiling just to be safe. So the hours of operation, as Kathleen said, were 100% negotiable. And I'm open to any questions you guys might have.
And I would just add that they have been in the building for 4 years.
Okay, so the DJ is no longer on the application.
It's I don't know if it should be, maybe you can tell me, but it's basically a record player. So it is for us to play records during the day.
It's not a DJ, then we can remove that from the application.
Okay.
That would not be deemed a DJ.
That's my mistake, thank you.
The music level is background only, or is it,
Correct.
because it says entertainment level on the questionnaire, so I just want to make sure of that.
Background level.
Okay, and how long have you been operating as a store there?
For 3 years, I believe, on that location, and 2 more years on Mulberry Street, right behind.
Okay. And is there any outdoor seating?
There's 0 outdoor seating. We used to have an open window for the cafe, but we also closing this with a renovation, so there will be no more people lining up outside to buy coffee.
Okay, so there's no outside seating and there's no
Correct.
operable windows.
Correct.
Okay, so then my question would be, I believe that you have planters, or at one time you had planters, that maybe all on the curbside, on the sidewalk by the curb. Are those there? Do you intend to keep them there?
So just in case more questions come, I've recently joined the company for the last 10 months. I am aware that there used to be, I also live in West Village, there used to be beautiful trees over there, which we're bringing back. So we're putting back the trees on the street. And that was also another request from our building tenants, and we want to make sure we hear them.
So are you planting trees, or you're putting planter boxes on the curb? Is the city planting trees for you in the sidewalk?
No, we're paying for them.
So I don't think that sidewalk belongs to you on the curbside to be able to put trees out there. It's supposed to be, even if you look at the guidelines, there's supposed to be an 8-foot clear path for people to be able to walk through from the curb. So I'll see what other people have to say about this, but that seems unacceptable to me. I mean, that is, it might look pretty, but if it's not city trees going into a sidewalk, that is not your property to be using. It's the city property.
Okay, and I'm willing to discuss this. I'm not familiar with the subject, so I don't want to lie to you, but I'm willing to discuss this and fix this to the way that is appropriate.
All right, and then the other thing is I believe there are planter boxes put out in the roadway also in front of the store, in front of the whole store, that blocked off the roadway and kept that from any cars pulling over or anything like that with the planter boxes. And that is not permitted either. And I think there are red ropes on the side, again, on the curb side, which also should not be there.
And I will make sure that after, approval of this, all those things can be removed, and there will be no more ropes on the sidewalk.
Okay. And I believe they also had speakers outside, and that's definitely not permitted.
These after I took over, these were removed. I've run operations in New York City for 15 years, and I caught on all those stuff, and I told them that we were willing to have a good relationship with the neighbors. We had to take all these steps. Speakers are removed, window is closed, sidewalk is being cleaned daily. Even now that we have been closed for 4 months, we go every morning and we sweep and power wash the sidewalk to make sure it's clean for the neighborhood.
Okay. And then I'm just going to throw out, in terms of hours, that the restaurant that was there, I believe, closed at basically 11 o'clock, 10 o'clock on Sundays, and 11 o'clock every other night.
Okay, well, again, we're willing to close earlier. I just wanted to put 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. because I've run operation in the city for 15 years, and I wanted to err on the cautious side. But if that is a concern, again, we're willing to go back on the hours. This space is just we're a very big fashion brand. This community space is for us and the artists that we have. We do pottery classes, we have designers, we're going to do Q&A panels. So there's no interest in doing anything more than that.
Yeah, I mean, we might want to look at I'll see what other people say about the hours and everything, but that was, that was for a white tablecloth full service restaurant, and your menu is more like a cafe sandwich shop. So it's a different concept. I'll go to other committee members now. Carter?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand what the ownership structure is in this business. Who owns this business?
Theodore Sandys owns this business. My name is Panos Kourakos. I'm a vice president of hospitality and F&B operations.
Okay, so, I mean, this business, I don't know why anybody would trust you guys. I mean, you operated all over the sidewalk, blasted music on your speakers outside, took over the street, blocked, improperly blocked, took over the seat for your own purposes without any, roadbed permits in place that I'm aware of. I mean, and you want to be open till 2? I mean, this is sort of a non-starter conversation. And I don't understand why we should even be considering this at this point. And where is Mr. Santos to respond to that?
I represent Mrs. Santis. Carter, ever since I took over, ever since I joined the company, every issue that you said had been addressed. I made sure to turn off the speakers in June. I made sure we closed the window in the first week of July to stop the people from lining outside. So anything that was in my power, anything I could do to help them become better, we did. And if there is more advice, we're open to anything.
Well, I don't see your name as a principal on the license.
Well, no, no, that's true. He is listed with the State Liquor Authority, though, as a manager. That we've submitted a personal questionnaire of him as a manager in the license, so he is.
But I don't see, Mr. Santos is ultimately responsible, and he obviously didn't care.
Well, that's not true. That's absolutely not true. I mean,
Well, what would you call it then? I mean, he's obviously has another liquor license. He's totally familiar with the rules, and he just didn't care.
Well, that's not true. Many times I come to community board meetings. I'm not gonna debate this or argue with it, but many times I go to community board meetings without the applicant or sometimes with the manager. I mean, it doesn't have.
He had speakers outside playing that were hidden, secretively placed.
I'm not aware
and
of
playing
any.
loud music. Well, you should be. I mean, you're representing your client. And that's why I wanted to ask him why.
Well, are they there today, sir, or these were something in the past?
Well, they were in the past, but that's indicative of future behavior, right? I mean, I think
Carter, no, I think indicative of future behavior is the hiring of myself. They hired me to help them get better. And like I said, we removed the speakers in June. As soon as I joined the company in May, first thing I did was remove the speakers and close the window because I'm a big fan of the community and I live in West Village myself. We have a lot of locals that come every day that we treat them to coffee and snacks that come from the neighborhood. We have a very good relationship with the neighbors. I personally was there for 3 days to collect the signatures. I didn't send representatives. I was there myself for 3 days, 17th, 18th, 19th, to make sure I have a face and it's a face-to-face conversation for any questions.
Okay, can you tell us why they blocked off the street?
I cannot say because I wasn't part of the company back then, but they had a retail store that was very busy. The retail store is moving down the block, so it's not anymore in front of the cafe. And obviously, we didn't want people, I don't want people to be outside my store, and block the pathway for residents and pedestrians and everybody who wants to walk, right?
But that's what you guys did. You had velvet ropes, you blocked off the street, you create a condition where it is very narrow, fire trucks, sanitation, can't move up the street. A lot of these structures were hit. At one point, I believe you had bollards screwed into the street there.
I am not aware of that.
And I don't, and your principal, whose character is part of the discussion of holding a liquor license, is not here to respond to any of this.
Well, once again, I'm here to respond as well as the manager is here to respond. And just in regard to those items there, they have corrected them already. And we are more than willing to sign any stipulations that would include that moving forward, there would not be any obstruction on the street or on the sidewalk.
Yeah, it's hard to understand why a principal who holds other licenses fully disregarded all of the rules. An honest block, which is congested from Prince to Spring, with licensees and structures on both sides, and just didn't care. And now they're asking to be licensed.
Mr. Booth, we're very big on the community. We supported.
You guys want to get Mr. Santos to join us tonight? I mean, we can put this over for a few minutes and.
I don't know if he's available. I don't know if he's available.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Bob?
Yeah, so the ropes in the stanchions that were used, or at least are depicted in the photographs we have, are those still there?
The ropes, 100% no, they're not. I believe the planters were removing them this week, or maybe they have been removed last week, but nothing else is there. Everything has been removed. Speakers have been removed. Window has been closed. And there are no ropes, and I personally never saw the drilled that the gentleman mentioned before. I have not seen those.
But so why were those ropes and stanchions there in the first place?
I think that, from my understanding, the ropes are there to keep the traffic on the wall side of the building, so we can keep the sidewalk as empty as possible for the pedestrians.
Right, but you have planters blocking the sidewalk, so, and the ropes actually block so if the ropes weren't there, the planters are there blocking the sidewalk for pedestrians. Are the planters still there?
The planters, I don't want to lie to you. We're planning on removing them. So I haven't been on the location for about 5 days now. But they're being removed 100%.
Okay, and then there's planters in the roadway as well. Are they still there?
I was talking about these planters. The other planters have been removed, I think.
You think, or you're not certain? The planters in the roadway now. And now we're talking about the planters in the roadway that line the entire roadway in front of the premise.
I don't want to lie on this call, but like I said, I did not know the planters were an issue. If I knew, I would have removed them. I can make sure they're removed by next week if this is an issue. Literally next week.
The signage for says no parking 8 to 6 Monday through Friday. So you got planters parking. I mean, I guess the ticket guys don't give tickets for planters, but it's the same thing. There's planters there. So I guess, and then, the hours, your closing hours for the store are 7 p.m.
Correct. 8 p.m. the new hours will be for the next year.
And so this cafe, is it separate from the rest of the place, or is it?
Exactly. So this is a space for us to host after hours event. After hours meaning after the retail shop closes, with our panelists and our Q&A and our designers in that space.
Okay.
So if we need to go back to 12 o'clock, there's no problem. If you say 11, it will make me sad, but no problem. And again, there's one mistake on the application. There are no events, because somebody is asking. There are 0 events on that space. I want to make sure there's no happy hour, there's no ticketed events.
Well, we didn't put that there were events.
I think I reviewed and I saw there is 4 by mistake.
Right, but there's entertainment, music, and DJs, so that kind of goes hand in hand with events. So whether it's implied or not, you're saying it's not going to happen. My
The
suggestion.
record player.
Yeah, the record player. Okay.
The record player.
My suggestion. There's a big difference between a record player and a DJ and entertainment level music.
That was my mistake. Excuse me for that.
No problem. Okay, so I guess my suggestion is that you do come back, that you remove these things that clearly are not supposed to be there. You can't put trees in a sidewalk unless you have permission with the city to create the tree pit. This is a very narrow sidewalk in front of this location. So that's my suggestion. I think Mr. Booth also has indicated that it makes sense for the actual principal to come in. This one would have been easy because it's virtual. I don't know if the meeting next month is virtual or not. But my suggestion is that you put it over, you take care of these things, and then you come back and say they're all taken care of. That's my suggestion, because what we always want to do whenever we get a new application, this doesn't have a license. At least this particular retail store has never had a license before. So to get it straight from the very beginning, so that we that's the time to do it. The time to do it is before. We make a decision. We don't say, oh, we'll make a decision, but you do this. It never works that way. In other words, we don't want to take the cart before the horse. Get it taken care of. Come back and tell us, and then that way it's already in place. That's just my suggestion. But you guys can decide. Thank you.
Is there anybody else from the committee at this time? All right, I'm going to go to the public. Jonathan Ellis, when you have a minute. Yeah, you just came on. Jonathan Ellis, do you want to, you should be able to speak and turn on your camera if you want. There we go.
Okay, hi, good evening. So everything Carter said was true. I would disagree with Panos, who I've met actually. that they have good relations with neighbors. It's been the crowd size is huge every day. They never turn down the music when requested to. The tree, to go back to a minor thing, the trees that they want to plant, we support, because there was 2 city maintained planted trees there in the sidewalk that they cut down when they opened 4 years ago, so they could put planters on top. I applaud their efforts. If they can get trees there, that'd be a good thing. So I'm a little suspicious of this thing because I did meet with Panos unrelated to their outreach, which I was unaware of. I don't live in the building. I own an apartment there, which I rent. And so I have concern for my tenants. We actually had a meeting with Panos and the contractor because of issues about the construction and not about the club. When I went to this construction meeting, I found out that they were going to have a cafe. And they are doing extensive soundproofing, but it is a tenement building. So I hope their efforts work if they do open. But I'm a little suspicious of whether it's going to be adequate. When I met with Panos, they said it was going to be 11 o'clock. Now they're saying 2 o'clock, which indicates a point of view about what they plan to do with this space. A cafe, early evening or something is one thing, but to be open to 2 a.m. and a place that attracts a lot of young people who like to listen to hip hop music, I'm a little worried that it might turn into a club of some sort. And also there was no mention about the food in our meeting. Of course, we weren't meeting about the space, we were meeting about construction issues. Which brings another point. They've already started the construction and there's no work permit. There's no filing with the DOB, which indicates an irresponsibility in my view. And they've been working there a few months. So, I'm on the co-op board of the building, and everybody on the co-op board is aware of the permit situation. And the contractor should know that if the city comes there, they'll get a $5,000 fine and issue a stop work order. Now, I am not calling them, but somebody else might. It would be very easy if one phone call would shut them down. I think that in the meeting, Panos came off very well. He seems responsible and sensitive, but he's not an owner and he might not be there in 6 months when they ask for a change to their stipulations to be open to 2 o'clock or something, or they ask for a full OP. I don't know. I'm just a little suspicious of the whole thing. So I would say they need to get their, shit together and come back. Since I live a block away, but I wasn't aware of any outreach. Standing on the street and asking people walking by is kind of pointless because 90% of the people walking by don't live in the neighborhood. And another thing that gives me pause is the fact that all the things that Carter mentioned, the bollards in the street, the crowds, the ropes, the people sitting on our front steps, all these issues indicate a lack of concern in the neighborhood, not good relations, but bad relations. And I would also like to see the principal. I don't really know what's going on about that, because an experienced owner of the cafe part, then yeah, he should be there, and he should know these issues too. Anyway. I can add some more
Thank
stuff.
you. I think we're
Wait,
good.
there's also, yeah. So I'm just a little worried about the music. The sound is a big issue and the crowd control.
Okay, got it. Thank you very much.
I had a question for
Go
Jonathan.
ahead. Go ahead.
Jonathan, you know, we heard a characterization that the block between Prince and Spring is predominantly commercial and not residential. What do you think about that?
Well, all the storefronts are commercial, obviously, and they're all occupied, or most of them, and there's a lot of restaurants and bars. So, you know, any more added stress to the people who live above all these streets, and it's a narrow street, and the sound echoes.
Yeah, my
Which is
question is
incredible.
just, I think
Oh.
that every single building has residential units above it. Is
Yeah,
that
yeah,
correct?
it's totally residential. There's
Thanks.
no.
I just wanted to
commercial.
clarify that. I wasn't sure if every single building on the block had residents, but I
They
think
do.
every single building does. Okay, thanks.
Yes, correct.
Thank you. Okay, Laura Tenenbaum.
Hi again. I want to speak more and sort of emphasize what Carter was saying and others about the sidewalk. The fact of the matter is, Mulberry Street, that area around Spring, is a place I always used to walk. Now it's not a place for pedestrians unless you're going to go to a bar or a restaurant. This applicant has been particularly egregious. It's not only that they put tree planters out at the tree, it's really seating, and it's illegal seating around each tree spot or each bush now, whatever it is, whatever they have planted there. It's hard to walk, and I understand that Panos is trying to fix all of this and was hired to do that. But I would make a suggestion is that they not ask for a 2 a.m. closing. I think that a 10 a.m. closing, maybe a 10:30 would be much more reasonable for the type of business that they are that they're offering to the community, that they're saying they're offering. 2 o'clock is very odd hour for that. In addition, I do want to point out and want to go further into the question about events, because Panos said that the idea was that after the store closes, they're going to have all these people there, they're going to have models, they're going to have, and then they're going to come over for an event. And then he said, oh, but we're not having events. So if you go back to, he said, they're coming over for an event to do whatever, to party is what I heard, basically. And that's not what the community needs. In fact, the community needs another liquor license there, like a hole in the wall. But that's not for us to really fight, especially since this, I think, is a tavern, wine and beer. So I would suggest the hours be definitely changed. And again, a discussion and something go into the stipulations about events. That's all I have to say.
Okay.
Because an egg sandwich is not going to hold someone at for dinner, and that's, if you look at their menu, it's ridiculous. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I think you heard a number of comments. I'm just going to say it might be a good idea, as Bob said, to maybe lay this over. And I do think that Mr. Santos has been here because he is the one whose name is on the license, and he can, Panos, I hate to say it, but you can be there now and gone. And he is the one who's responsible. He's the one who is operating and has other establishments. And from my personal opinion, I would cut those hours way back, because the previous place had hours, around 10:30, but it was a white tablecloth restaurant. I mean, it was a full service restaurant. This is a cafe with snack food. So I think, you really should look at this and come back with something that's in line with what this is, and see if we could get Mr. Santos there. But it's up to you to decide whether
Yeah, we're willing to do that. We're willing to lay it over to next month, right, Panos? And see it, because I just tried to reach out and he's not responding, so I don't think he's there. So I'm sorry, Panos, I think you're on mute.
I'm sorry, there was outdoor noise, so I muted my microphone. Yes, we're willing to come before you back in January, and I want to speak to Jonathan and Laura and say, in regards to Jonathan, I was very transparent with him the day I met him. Jonathan, you came down to the basement, and I opened the door for the boiler room, and I showed you the small the salad station, we're going to be prepping the food over there. So that was the whole conversation. So you are aware of the food. In regards to the concerns about the capacity, I want to say this is a very small private space. This is like a 10 table space. There's not going to be 80 people in the space. There's not the capacity for that. In regards to the planters, if this is what you guys want, I'm willing to remove the planters as soon as next week. And again, if anybody needs my contact, please feel free to email the community board, give my contact over, and I'll answer and I'll take any steps appropriate.
Well, we'll make sure that the planters and all the other issues, any kind of speakers, which apparently have been removed, but we'll make sure everything is taken care of by the next meeting.
And I would also just make sure you connect with some of the neighbors there and work things out with them. Dr. Smith, I see you have your hand up.
Yes, I'd just like to ask the panels, if you're going to lay it over, you should bring back the owner of the business.
Yeah, we will. We absolutely, that would be the whole point of doing it. If we could get him now, then maybe we wouldn't have to, but he's not there right now.
Okay, great. Bob?
Just a suggestion.
Bob?
Yeah, and with regards to the trees that got removed, I mean, if the trees were indeed removed and cement was poured into those spots, I mean, there has to be trees that are put back. I mean, that is really a significant issue. So I really would like to hear about that moving forward.
Well, I guess, I'm not really sure what the procedure is for that. My understanding is you have to reach out to the city, put a request into the city and then wait in line.
Right, but if there were trees there before,
right,
and they were cut down, then that's something that really has to be resolved. I mean, that has to be resolved because
I mean, if they were cut down by the applicant, not by the city, yes.
Yeah.
Right, no, I understand, but I think the only way to resolve it, the only way I can see is by going to the city and putting in an application for new trees. I don't think you can do anything more than that. I don't think they want
very
trees.
least, all I'm saying is the very least that needs to get done.
Okay, I
Because that's
understand.
completely wrong.
Okay, right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So you'll send something into the office saying, requesting to lay this over until,
That's
okay?
fine. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I hope I didn't, okay. All right. We're going just slightly out of order. I'm going to hear Montrejorn, New York LLC, and then we'll, I think, move back in order to Wegmans in Italy because Montrejorn was here last month. So if you are here from Montrejorn, FP Journ at 53 Mercer Street, please raise your hand. I think you're both there. If you can turn on your cameras. Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. Just make sure, can you guys hear me?
Yes, you're echoing though.
Sure. Yeah, that should be better. And Pierre, are you on?
He's there. So we heard it last month. So why don't you just give us an update on everything and then we'll see where we go from there.
Sure. So I just want to
just the one thing I just wanted to say so that everybody is aware, this is an on-premise bottle club license in a previously unlicensed location at 53 Mercer. So that's what the application is for. Go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you. And this is for a bottle club, which is kind of a somewhat rare license class in New York. My name is Ben Korngut. I'm the attorney for the applicant. I have with me Pierre Halimi, who is one of the principals. As Donna said, we appeared last month. So I'm not going to go through kind of the nuts and bolts. I'll just give you the update. I sent an email to the committee with specific answers to specific questions. Before I get into that, I just on the hours, I just want to point out that the hours will be, so they're going to close by 8 p.m. every day. And they will stay, last time we talked about events where they would stay open later, there'll be no more than 10 of those per year, where they're staying open later than 8 p.m. And the absolute maximum latest that they'll be open is 11 p.m.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, to address the specific questions that the committee asked, in terms of the distance to Bloomingdale's, we submitted a diagram prepared by the surveyor that we use, and I think most other attorneys in New York use, showing that it's 504 feet to the entrance to Bloomingdale's. I would note also that's not that it's really relevant, but that's to the entrance of Bloomingdale's, not to the entrance of the location. So it's actually slightly farther than that. It shows us 504, but it's actually probably closer to 550. But as you know, once it's over 500, it's over 500. The next question is to the extent that the premises will be open to the public. So as we talked about last time, the ground floor is going to be open really to anyone walking by. The second, there's going to be a bar on the first floor. The second floor will be used for special events, various other functions that the company will hold, either to promote watches or just gather with clients. And an important distinction is that there's going to be no fixed list of members or individuals that can go up there. And typically that's the distinction that the SLA makes between whether something is open to the public or not open to the public, whether it's because there's a separate license class, which is called a members club. And that has to be kind of that has to be a list of specific members. That's not what we're doing here. And I would just kind of point out that there are a lot of restaurants, nightclubs where there's kind of a more private area that is limited to, not limited, but generally only VIPs or however you want to define it are allowed in, but those are still considered open to the public according to the SLA. Who is eligible to be served? Really anyone that's in the premises that's over the age of 21 who's not visibly intoxicated. In terms of the location, like I said, there'll be a bar on the first floor where patrons will be served. And then upstairs for these separate events, there will be either wine or alcohol provided. And since this is a bottle club, patrons are free to bring their own their own alcohol, store them in lockers, and consume them obviously responsibly. The cigar room, so that's going to be excluded from the licensed premises. We'll remove that from the SLA application and the application to you. And what is the plan for the appropriate occupancy for the second floor? So there has been an amendment filed to the alteration 1 to change the use group for this second floor to use group 6, which is a commercial use. And then one other thing, which was not a specific question, but we discussed at the meeting last time, which was cars idling outside. There happens to be a garage like pretty much directly across the street at 40 Mercer. So Pierre has had discussions with them about several things. One is for events having valet, which they agreed to provide. And then 2, which was probably a larger concern, was like private drivers essentially idling either double parked or down the street. And they confirmed that they will allow drivers to essentially wait in the lot right across the street if they are waiting for anyone. So hopefully that should address that concern. And then just in terms of kind of the general points, there's nothing beyond background music. Pierre, are you even going to have speakers in there, or?
We have speakers, but they're going to be like so low, like no one would be bothered by it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess my general point is like the noise is going to be pretty much non-existent from the outside. In terms of even for events, there's not going to be any DJs, there's not going to be any music. And generally these aside from probably the grand opening, which may be somewhat larger, like anything that's taking place there is going to be very small. There are not going to be people waiting on the street. It's going to be almost, I don't want to say invisible from the outside, but it's going to be very, very hard to tell what's going on outside, and there will be very little disturbance for anyone living close by or walking by.
Okay, I think that was a lot of the questions we had. So regarding the cigar room, I would put something in the stipulations that says that it's not part, there's no cigar room as part of the licensed premises, and you will be abiding by the New York City Smoke-Free Air Act. I think it's chapter 10-07 or something like that.
Pierre, I'm assuming you're okay with that?
I think that's my things. I'll go to the committee. Dr. Smith?
Thanks, Benjamin. You went pretty fast, but you did cover most of the concerns. Just help me to understand again how that second floor is going to be used. You said you're not having any list of people, but you said it was also going to be retail. So anybody then, that's what I didn't quite understand. How is that? Tell me what that second floor is going to be like again.
Well, it's really good. So the first floor I would think of as more of like a retail showroom, you know, where the watches are going to be displayed. They're going to be displayed on the second floor, but I'd say, Pierre, and correct me if I'm wrong, but in the ordinary course, like during the day, it's really not going to be, it's going to be used kind of for staff and for, it's not going to be used really in the ordinary course. It's going to be used when they have events, they're going to open up probably both floors, or when they have you know, let's say a new watch is coming out and they want to invite some collectors. And so it's kind of like a, you know, I would almost call it like a private, like a private room in a restaurant or something, like a separate room where people would gather for specific events.
Do I have to answer there?
Only if you have something to add to that.
Well, basically, the first floor is the selling area. There will be no selling on the second floor.
What did he say? I'm sorry.
He said that they're not going to
selling
be
on the second floor.
Like the first floor is really going to be the showroom and where the sales take place, if any.
Yeah, I'd ask you about the second floor. He said something.
Yeah, but the second floor is not, there's not going to be any sales. It's going to be more for events, so promotional launches, any other kind of like gathering amongst watch industry people, presentations, things like that.
Got it. That's.
Is that it, Dr. Smith?
Thank you.
Carter?
Yeah, that use of the second floor that you described is not consistent with the information that you provided to us, because it's the second floor is use group 6B. 6B is in boy, which is not use group 6A or use group 6C.
Well, my understanding is that the liquor authority accepts any use group 6 as an eating and drinking for consumption of alcohol.
Yeah, but that's not, I mean, there's 3 classes of use group 6, A, B, and C. Use group 6B is offices, business, professional, including ambulatory diagnostic or treatment, healthcare or governmental.
But the liquor authority has always,
small animals.
They have always accepted an office use for eating and drinking establishments. A use group.
An office use? I've never seen that.
You've never seen
been use group 6 without distinction. Without,
I mean, I have.
Hold on, let me just finish.
Let's just not
Use
talk
group
over each other.
6 without distinction, that is correct, but you have a brand new filing that for something that's not yet approved, that says use group 6B, which is office, and that is not eating and drinking. You can look it right up in the zoning resolution for New York City. It's very clear on the use groups what those are. And the liquor authority, I mean, if somebody just calls up and says they're running a retail space, running private events on the second floor, that's going to be a violation. And that's what we had raised to the applicant, or I had raised last month, that these are things that are not consistent with what you're describing that your activities are going to be. The liquor authority may or may not accept it, but when a complaint is made, it's not going to be consistent with the use, and they're going to be in violation of the zoning codes if you leave it as 6B.
I mean, I'm obviously not an architect or an expediter. We have been assured by the architect and expediter that the use group that they applied for is acceptable for what we want to use it for. If it's not, then we'll have to file another. I mean, we have no intention of they've spent a tremendous amount of time and resources building this space out, and they have every intention to do it in compliance with all codes. So there needs to be another amendment filed, they will, but based on what we've been told so far, the use that we are contemplating complies with this use.
Okay, I mean, I just, you know, I mean, that's, this space was used illegally for years as a retail store when it didn't have a C of O. I mean, this is the chance you're changing the uses. It's very clear that 6B is office use. I just put a link to the zoning resolution for the city of New York, which clearly defines what 6B is. This may or may not stop your application, but it will certainly create problems down the road when you have a cigar lounge and, you know, private events on the second floor, which aren't consistent with what's being applied for.
Okay, is there anybody else from the committee that has anything? Is there anyone from the public here that would like to speak on this application? Okay. Laura Tenenbaum, I am promoting you.
Sorry, this seems to be my day for having small comments on everything. But I was a little bit confused about the new description, and I wanted some clarification if I could get it. If you would ask for the applicant for that. My understanding, again, of Bottle Club is that you can, at the same time you have a Bottle Club, you can't sell liquor. The license doesn't give you the ability to sell liquor. But you said that on the ground floor, there'll be a bar available to the public. How does that work?
Okay, is that before you go?
That's my only question.
That's it? Okay, fine, Laura, I'll get that answered.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Benjamin.
That is correct. And I may, some of the confusion, I said sales will be conducted on the first floor. I meant sales of watches, not sales of alcohol, but there will be a bar, but it's not going to be, you can't, everything is given away. There are no sales. So there's a bar. You may have seen it in other retail shops. Sometimes they just have a little like bar cart or something. This is going to be a more formal bar where people sit with alcohol behind it, but there's no sales.
So you're just giving, so it's a bar area.
It's a bar area where
Where
people.
it looks, I think on the diagram, it's a semicircle or something like that, that has some bar stools at it that people can just sit at, and you can give them drinks if they desire.
Exactly.
So as a member of the public, if I want to, I can come in, admire the gorgeous watches or whatever you have on the ground floor and get a free glass of wine. Is that how it works?
Conceivably, I mean, everyone.
Should I answer this? This is part of my job as a salesperson. If you come and you are interested in a wristwatch, of course I'm going to compliment you, and we're going to maybe offer you a glass of water, coffee, or wine, if that helps you. This is the way we welcome people in our society, in our stores, everywhere in the world.
Yeah, so I think, yeah, to answer your question, yes, you know, if someone's sitting there for 3 hours and, you know, that gets to be a little different. So that's not the expectation.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there anybody else from the public that has anything on this? I don't think I see any hands, but, right? Anybody from the committee have anything else? I think we're good. Okay, thank you very much and appreciate you coming back.
Thank you, everyone.
Go ahead. You had
Yeah, I just want to thank you guys for coming back. That's what.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Donna, can I just, my partner, Mike Paludis, he had another matter on tonight, the juicery.
Yeah.
And I guess he forgot to ask for an adjournment, so he just asked that I raise it.
Okay, tell him to send something into the office, please. If he
Yeah,
could-
he sent an email while we were on the phone, but he just asked that you guys not, you know, vote to deny. He's going to be appearing next
Got
month.
Okay, thank you very
Thank you.
much. Okay. All right. Sec. Okay. The next application is going to be Wegmans. If you could raise your hand. Okay. Yeah. Brian Fink and Matthew Daler, is that it?
Yes, correct.
Yep, that's right.
And Mr. Daler, if you could turn on your camera, I don't know if you can do that or not. Thank you. Okay, go right ahead.
Hi, everybody. I want to be sensitive of your time, so I'll try to be brief. So my name is Brian. I am an attorney representing Wegmans, and with me is Matt Daler, who is the store manager of the Wegmans. This is at 770 Broadway. It's on the corner of Broadway and 8th. And we're here because we are applying for an on-premise restaurant liquor license within the food market. So as just a brief explanation, there's the food market, which is the grocery component on the first floor and on the ground floor. And then in a corner of the ground floor, there's the segmented on-premise establishment area. And it's in that little area that this license is for. So it is a full restaurant. It's a seafood forward restaurant. Full menu, various vegetable appetizers, burgers, noodle dishes, etc. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. I know you've had a chance to review.
So the first question I'm going to ask is, could you tell me specifically on which corner of the building the restaurant is? Because I can't tell that.
Mhm.
From the diagram.
Yeah, Matt, as I recall, is it Broadway and 8th?
Yeah, it's 8th and Lafayette, actually. So it's basically where the entrance to the Kmart building used to be. It'll be in that corner.
Okay. Okay. Got it. Okay. And what are the hours?
So the hours are Sunday through Thursday, 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. Friday, Saturday, 10 a.m. to 2 a.m.
Okay, and the music is?
It's all background, primarily recorded. There will be occasional live music, acoustic, jazz, but it's all background music.
There's no DJ?
No DJ.
The questionnaire says DJ. So the live.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Matt, is there a plan for a DJ?
No, not that I'm aware of.
No, I think that was more for the iPod or something like that. No DJ.
Okay, and the acoustic, can you explain how that's going to happen, where that's going to happen? Does, give us a feel for that?
Sure. Matt, would you like to respond?
Yeah, the concept is, is Wegmans, and if anybody who's not familiar with it, it's a celebration of food and people. And that's really what we try and do. And so the restaurant is going to be something that we're going to try to bring some of those concepts, to life, and having a live musician come in would not be in the sense of having a party or having a DJ. It would be done with the purposes of, again, providing ambiance to the people who are eating the food, because that's really the star of the show is the food. And making sure that's the thing that we're highlighting here. And again, it's a restaurant. That's the primary focus of what we're doing tonight.
So would you expect there to be music all the time or certain hours?
No, I would anticipate it would be something very, very infrequently. And it would be, for instance, in our stores currently, sometimes we'll do something like we'll have a musician come in celebration of a holiday or something like that, where the music kind of enhances, again, the ambiance that's going on, but nothing that we're going to do is going to take away from the food is the star of the show. And that's what we're focused on.
Okay. And there's how many tables and seats?
So there are 33 tables total. There are 76 table seats, and there are also a few seats at some of the counters. There's an oyster bar and there's a sushi bar. There will be 8 seats at the oyster bar and 10 seats at the sushi bar. So a total of 94 seats.
Okay. And where do people enter? So yeah, go through how people enter and where the bathrooms are, et cetera.
Sure. So the market has the main entrance. As soon as you enter that market, to the left is where the
I'm gonna stop you because we don't have this in context of the bigger building. Just main entrance, give me, you know, where that is, street wise, and then we can work from there. But without knowing that, I don't know where we're talking about.
Are you guys, if you're familiar with where the entrance was to the Kmart, how it was kind of on an angle, the entrance to the grocery store is going to move over slightly. So I think it moves down one window section. So when you walk in, you're going to come into the main section of the food hall. The entrance to the restaurant will be right on the left. And then there's double doors that we'll use to divide the restaurant from the actual, what we're calling the food hall, which is part of the grocery store.
Okay, and then there's a bathroom in the restaurant. Is there a bathroom in the restaurant?
Yes.
Yes, there is.
And then there are other bathrooms for restaurant patrons in the store as well?
Correct.
Correct. Yep. There are 3 restrooms in the basement. So there's a men's restroom, a women's restroom, and then there's a family restroom.
Okay, and where is that in relation, or what are the store hours? I guess would be my first question.
So store hours are 7 a.m. to 11 p.m.
Okay, so what's going to happen then when the store closes if people need to use those restrooms?
Well, that's what we want to talk to you guys about. The number one thing I think is being a good member of the community. And so as we're kind of partnering with you guys to figure out what's the best way to do this, we're looking at like, how do we have our last seating, have us give the opportunity to have people in post closing of the actual food market.
But I also do want to say that there is a restroom that is right there in the on-premise establishment that will be available for the entire time.
Okay. I'll go to the committee and see what questions the committee has. Anybody from the committee have anything on this? Bob?
Yeah. Yes. So the restaurant is completely separate from the grocery store in terms of physically separate?
No, they are adjacent to each other, and the entrance to the on-premise opens into the grocery store.
So can you enter the restaurant from the grocery store?
Yes, that's how you enter the restaurant.
Okay, and that's how you enter. So there's no entrance from the outside. There's entrance only from the grocery store?
Correct.
Okay, and you're closing the grocery store at 11?
Correct.
How do you get it? So are you saying that people in the restaurant are going to stay past the closing hours of the? I'm not sure how that works out. How do you get out?
Sure.
Nobody can get. People have to get out.
Yeah. So the restaurant entrance is in very close proximity to the grocery store entrance, almost contiguous to each other. So it's just a few steps out of the on-premise establishment to the entrance exit of the grocery store.
Okay, and you have a bathroom located inside the 4 corners?
Yes, it's within the 4 corners of the on-premise establishment. That's right.
Okay, so in just one bathroom?
Yeah, there's one restroom in the on-premise, and then during the grocery store hours, there are multiple restrooms available for use.
All right, and can you tell us a little bit about the grocery store?
Yeah, what would you like to know?
Well, I don't think we have a Wegmans in New York City. I'd like to know.
In Brooklyn, we do.
Yeah, we opened our first location in Brooklyn, in the Navy Yard, in 2019. And I've worked for the company for almost 30 years now. It was my first job in high school. And like I said before, it's a celebration of food and people. And so when you come into a Wegmans, there's a couple of things that we're really proud of. The number one thing is we want to be a again, a really good community member. That starts with being a great employer for our people. And we've already started the hiring process. We have over 100 employees that are currently training in the Brooklyn Naval Yard store, getting ready for our opening when that happens later on 2023. So we really commit to trying to make sure we're providing a great employee experience, because then that translates into an exceptional customer experience, we believe. And that's, certainly been my experience working for them as long as I have. So the store itself is going to be on the ground level. It'll be the food hall, and that's going to be prepared foods. So we'll have sushi, bakery, pizza department. And then as you go into the lower level, that's where we'll have our market. So that'll be more traditional grocery kind of center store stuff. We'll also have seafood, meat, produce, frozen, dairy. And again, we try to bring food to life through great people and great experiences.
And so I'm familiar with Wegmans. It's the same kind of setup that the Wegmans is maybe down in Virginia or in upstate New York.
Yeah, very similar. I mean, obviously the footprint is going to be different, so we have to work around that with the 2 floors. But we have other stores where we've done similar things, and we're super excited about this. This is going to be something that our company is really excited about, and we're proud to be in this community and be a part of what's going on. And I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
And is there other movement afoot? In other words, is Wegmans coming into New Jersey or other parts of
that's where I moved from Rochester, New York originally, and I worked at a lot of our stores in New Jersey. So we have multiple stores in Jersey, the Brooklyn Naval Yard. We have this that we're working on for Astor Place. We have some other locations that are coming, Lake Grove on Long Island, and we also have another location that got announced for Connecticut. So it's a growing company, and again, that's driven by making sure our people have opportunities to have a great career. Because like I said, it's an employment experience first, and that translates into a great customer experience.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I appreciate the questions, Robert.
Carter?
Yeah, I guess my questions are related around, one bathroom's not sufficient for 110 people. As far as for patron use, and I just think it'd be very confusing not to have consistent hours throughout the entire operation. And as I'm sure you've heard feedback, people would welcome you to be open later. I just think that the hours should be consistent through everything, because I think that's where you're going to have any issues, whether it be telling people the inside is closed or, that they can only come in and eat. And it's just less confusing overall. The bathroom situation is consistent, and this location is very different from the Navy Yard location. You have parking lot there. People arrive in all different ways. Nobody's driving to this location. It's really in the middle of everything, and I just don't see how this really works with separate hours. And that's not to say close the restaurant earlier. It's also a commentary on keep the inside open later. It's just that the vision of when somebody thinks of Wegmans, that it's all the same. And I think that's just, to me, having been in this area for a long time, it just makes more sense. And I think it's just confusing for everybody with different hours and having one bathroom. And so those are my main comments on that.
Thanks. Dr. Smith?
Yes, I'm familiar with Wegmans in the Maryland and Virginia area as well. My question is, talk a little bit more, Matthew, about the hiring. Are you going to be hopefully trying to hire people from our neighborhood?
Yeah, surely the more the merrier. We've got over 575 positions we're filling right now. We've had an unbelievable response from the community, and it really comes from all across New York City. We've certainly had a lot of folks apply from Brooklyn based on their experiences at the Brooklyn store, and we've had people in our own neighborhood that are coming in because they see the bright signs on the side of the road, and they come in and wonder what that's about, and they want to look into it. So we've partnered with like the Lower East Side Network for Employment, and we've been working a lot with community organizations to outreach to kind of drive that applicant flow. And again, it's very, very important to us. We have a team of about 50 people that have come with Wegmans experience like myself that will help to staff the store. But making sure that we have opportunities for people to come in and kind of, start their career and start their journey with Wegmans is something that's really important to us.
Okay, my other question is, how did you advertise? Because I know in some neighborhoods, they might not come down this way or pass by to see for themselves. So how did you advertise your openings, your job openings?
We had a absolutely unbelievable response online. So, Indeed and things like that were really big drivers for us. And, we're very fortunate because of the reputation of our company that when we say that we're hiring, there's a lot of people that understand what comes along with their career with Wegmans. And so they want to get involved in that. So again, like I said, the employment response has been unbelievable. We've had a lot of people apply for jobs. Like I said, over 100 that are working in the Brooklyn Naval Yard right now. They've already been hired.
I'm thinking more of like East Harlem and Harlem, but okay.
I couldn't give you specifics.
So there are local newspapers. There's also an organization called Thrive. I mean, I don't really know what kind of, how you went about it, but it's New York City has 5 boroughs, but it's you in Manhattan and maybe I just asked the question. You answered it as best you could, but I think from what I heard, it might have been your reach could have been wider, but that's fine too. Are you still going to in that process? Are you finished doing that?
Oh, no, we've got a long way to go, Dr. Smith.
So there's a newspaper in Harlem called the Amsterdam News that would be very happy to advertise. There's also El Barrio in East Harlem.
Very fair. I appreciate the suggestion.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. Lois.
Yes, I'm wondering, can you hear me better this way? Like blocking out my face?
It's a little bit better, and don't, but not much, and don't move your microphone because your microphone gets scratched. And now we lost you.
Okay.
Now you're back. Go ahead, Lois.
Oh, you lost me now?
No, you're good now, actually. Don't move.
I'm asking about, I'm not moving a muscle. Except my lips. I am curious about parking because of the grocery store, which is not, it's like a huge supermarket. Will the grocery store have reserved parking?
You're breaking up, Lois.
I think I got it, Lois.
Yes.
So she's asking about parking and if the grocery store will have reserved parking. And go ahead, Lois.
And parking restaurant, because you're sharing, will that reserve parking before the patrons of the restaurant?
Okay, so if there's reserved parking, will there be reserved parking for patrons of the restaurant? No.
There's no plan for that. Currently,
Yes.
This will be the first store that we have that doesn't have a parking lot. There are multiple garages right in the area that would be a potential option, but we could certainly look into talking about that, trying to understand that a little bit better.
Okay.
And what about your delivery trucks? How will that influence the restaurant?
The deliveries will be a part of
Your
the
delivery truck.
I'm sorry, Lois. The deliveries will be a part of the food market deliveries. So as that comes in as part of our normal delivery schedule with the store, we don't anticipate the restaurant driving additional volume outside of our normal store deliveries. So we would incorporate the two. And again, that would be partially Wegmans trucks as well as vendors.
Will the restaurant have delivery?
You mean delivery service from the restaurant
Yes.
to people's homes? You understand?
Yes, from the restaurant to residents.
So takeout.
Yeah, if anybody wants to download the Wegmans Meals to Go app. That's all right on there, and you can do food delivery from our different franchise options that we have within the store. I couldn't speak directly as to whether or not the restaurant food is going to be delivered. I think that's something we're still working out. But like any of the major places, you can get delivery through different vendors. And we certainly are a part of that as well. But download Wegmans Meals.
What are the price points for your alcohol?
Alcohol price points
at the restaurant.
At the restaurant.
The drinks.
Let me pull the menu. We're still working on the details because we're way out with it. We did send you guys as part of the application a menu. Let me look and see what the price points are.
So, and also just to give a little color, the alcohol itself is more complementary to the food. It's really, as Matt said, the food that is the focus. And so the alcohol is just a complement to that food. The price points, as I understand, are average price points.
Be specific. Every restaurant is different.
Lois, the menus in our package that you can take a look at. It's all right there.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
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 Finished.
Is that it, Lois?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else from the committee with anything?
I had one more question, Donna, and this is, so the reason I go back to the bathrooms is because there's a tradition here, that the bathrooms and most of the establishments are really open fully to the public. I know from some of the population that uses the area, that's been a challenge. I'm sure, you guys have been made aware of that. I know at your Wegmans location in Brooklyn, your bathrooms are upstairs, sort of out of the way, and there's some sort of seating area that I guess is closed to the public. I know that Whole Foods further down on Houston has their second floor eating area. They don't have a license. However, that's where their restrooms are. How are you going to integrate, the use of the restrooms to the public, to the restaurant, people coming in and using them? This is sort of a reality of this area. And, we have a lack of public restrooms. So if you could just sort of give us an idea of how that all works, particularly given Wegmans' connection with people using bathrooms, the public, the area. I know at Kmart, that they had a challenge with their restrooms being open to the public. So how do you guys think about that? How is the access to the restroom in the restaurant going to be versus the other parts of the space? Somebody had asked about the subway, whether there's going to be access through the subway space, etc. So give us an idea of how this all fits together. And I think this goes more towards the evening hours of operation, is what we're thinking about, or I'm thinking about, as the neighborhood sort of changes its character and other businesses close, so that you become the only place that is still open in that area.
So, yeah, I think those are good questions. So, again, there are restrooms in the basement level with multiple stalls, and so those will be available the entire time that the store is open for patrons of the on-premise establishment. And so then there are going to be a couple or a few hours max when the store is closed, but the on-premise establishment is still open. And during that time, there will be available, again, that restroom. We don't expect all 110 people to be there. And if so, perhaps something could be accommodated, but we don't believe that would happen. And so the patrons could use that restroom that is available on the on-premise establishment. And as far as the grocery component goes, customers are welcome to use the restrooms during open operating hours.
Yeah, I guess I just, these are the practical considerations. I think Wegmans coming is a great for all of us, for you and for the community. It's just how do we, how do we see this all fitting together, I guess, is just my concern, as I alluded to before. And I guess having the restaurant open later than the food part doesn't seem to make sense, because there are people who would want the rest of the store to be open later. And I guess that's where I just see, if you can only come to the restaurant, that you can't get prepackaged food, in the other area, that creates confusion. Then you have the lower area, the upstairs, the fact that people are going through your doors and then that the discussion happens inside the store, that's a challenge sometimes, if the rest of the premise isn't open. And these are high volume areas. And so I guess I just sort of see those as challenges that then create friction. So
I appreciate the compliment, Mr. Booth. And the thing that we're really going to be focused on is, as you said, this is different than potentially what we normally do. So we will be very much listening when we open the store, and what we open with, I'm sure will be things that will be open to change and discussion as we figure out the best way, again, to be a member of the community. And just to touch on the one thing with the question with the subway entrance, that is going to be closed. And the reason for that is because we would have to utilize space to put a second checkout bank of registers basically down on that lower floor, which creates a challenge for us. And that was why we made that decision. We thought the better thing to do, and we get very clearly, I take that line down every single day. And so I can understand the convenience factor of it. But with the stations being right across the street, we thought that was a better utilization of the space to not have to use that for an additional section of checkouts.
Sorry, I'm muted. Dr. Smith, you had something else?
Yeah, Carter is absolutely correct. First of all, Astor Place is a hub of all kinds. You got schools around there. And what Mike, I see that you have security. I definitely understand that for theft and things like that. But you probably are going to have a problem with people who might be homeless, who might also want to come in and go to the bathrooms and stuff. How that might be, and I don't know if that's what Carter was thinking, but I can think of that myself, knowing that neighborhood and that space around there. That's going to be a challenge for you guys, I think. So I don't know how, I guess maybe just to wait until it happens and then you'll figure it out.
I think you're right on, Dr. Smith. That's correct.
Okay, I think I'm going to go to the public now. If anybody is here from the public that wants to speak on this, please raise your hand and I will promote you. Amy Brenna, who is also a member of our community board.
Hi. Can you hear me now?
Yep, we can hear you.
Great, thank you. And if I get cut off, I'll turn off my video. Thanks for recognizing me, Donna. Hi, everybody from Wegmans. I'm on the Traffic and Transportation Committee, so I had the pleasure of talking to you while on that committee. And so my questions are an extension of the conversation we had then. And by the way, I'm very excited that you're coming. I live a block away. I can't wait till Wegmans opens. I'm curious about the interface of the restaurant with the street. Is that going to be completely enclosed? Are you going to have open doors and windows that go to the floor? I mean, how is that going to interface with the street? Or is there no interface and you just come through the door and into the restaurant?
Yeah, so there are windows that will look out onto the street, but the entrance itself is inside of the market. And so you would enter the grocery store and then you'd immediately turn and go into the on-premise area.
So the windows will be closed. It'll just be able to, you'll be able to see out them. There won't be opened up in the summer when the good weather, or you won't, there's no plans for anything like that. Is that the case?
I believe they remain closed. Matt, do you know?
That's correct. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, they will be closed.
Great. That's good. And do you have said you're not anticipating try to open any outdoor space. Is that correct? I just want to confirm that.
There's no plan for outdoor space.
Okay. Is that something you might consider in the future?
I couldn't say, but right now it's not part of the operation or the plan.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
And we understand that if so, of course, we'll come back.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's all I had to ask. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Amy, for joining.
Thank you, Amy.
Hi, let me start by saying I'm an enthusiastic fan of Wegmans from my experience with the Johnson City location, where I've had an opportunity to shop when my aunt was living up there. And I found that one of the things that impressed me actually was when I would get vegetables, they would allow me to weigh them and package them myself, and they would trust me at the counter of the checkout counter that I had put the correct number of potatoes or whatever in the bag. And I felt that honest approach to your customers, that trust of your customers, made me become more of a fan of Wegmans. I liked the dining experience that I had up there. My concerns about here are, one, you really must have the same store hours and restaurant hours. I would go there to shop after I'd eaten, and I wouldn't go to eat after I had shopped. And so it's sort of a catch-22. It's ridiculous to have a 2 o'clock closing to a restaurant that you have to then, how are you going to separate? For example, the entrance to the store, when you come in, you can enter the restaurant, but how do you block the patrons from going to the rest of the store? Do you have gates coming down? Do you have separate doors? Is there a second set of doors? And also, I'm disappointed to hear about the subway, that you have no way to access the store, because one of the things I used to do at Kmart is after I shopped, when it would be raining, I would go down and take the subway down to my Spring Street stop. So it's a great loss to me that you're not going to make that convenience available to me. Other than those three things, I wish you good luck, but definitely have the same hours. You make midnight, but not 2 o'clock in the morning. Nobody shops at 2 o'clock in the morning, and there are plenty of other places to eat until 2 o'clock in the morning. Thank you.
Thanks. Is there anyone else here from the public that would like to speak on this application? I do not see anyone. So I'll go back to the committee. Do you have anything to say about, I think the hours are a thing that's coming up pretty consistently?
Well, I think we just agree. Yeah, I mean, I think everyone agrees. It seems to be a consensus, you know, people aren't shopping for food at 2 a.m. You need to have the restaurant connected to the store, all these they're kind of like organic, how it works. So I keep hearing people basically asking and similar questions and making those similar comments.
I agree. Yeah. Address
no, I'm sorry, I didn't want to overstep it. If I could step on that, I think the vision is, if we have the availability to that, again, it's flexibility that we're looking for. We're certainly open to discussion. As I said before, the driver for us is to be a good community member, and the goal of what we're doing with this restaurant is to provide an exceptional food experience. It's not to have, people in there all hours of the day and night drinking. That's certainly not our goal at all. And so it's really more the ask is more from a level of flexibility. So if something was to come up, a holiday, a specific event, something we wanted to do, we could have that option. But again, we're willing to discuss that.
Okay. I guess that's it, right? I mean, so
yeah, just to go back, when you talk about events, though, you say that you won't be having events on the materials that you've provided to us. So that's sort of where, we certainly understand what you're proposing. I don't know if you guys have had the opportunity to go out in the area, at midnight to go walk around some of the other places that are open in that area, go over to, St. Mark's, walk down there. I mean, just you see that there's sort of a shift in the later time periods, and you're a very different experience, I think, than most other places and what you're tied to. So I when you hear this, it's coming from those of us who've been around here for a while. It's not a criticism, per se, of Wegmans. It's just, it's complicated to segment out all those things, not have access to bathrooms, the way that with tying people in the Wegmans experience together, that's a part of it. And we certainly understand, how great it is to have you coming here. It's just, if you're open later in your food store, that's welcome too. I think the point is that it's all one. And that's more the point. And I don't think that there's a problem so much with saying open later, it's that everything's open later, that it's just not we have plenty of restaurants that are open later and plenty of places to eat and drink that are open later. But, the full experience, and since the restaurant's an accessory to the business, it sort of seems that breaking that off to be open later as opposed to closing earlier, which is often what happens in these cases, with the retail staying open a little later, it's just sort of a mismatch. And it's just, I don't know, I just foresee that being, creating some confusion or potentially issues, but that's certainly something I think to think about. And obviously the committee is going to discuss it, but it seems that the idea of the bathrooms is what really made me think about that, because you need to have bathrooms available at all hours that you're open that properly fit into the capacity. And, without making that more complicated, you do have a full capacity of 110 people that you put forward, and you only have one singular bathroom. And, and so for a portion of the time that you're open, you'd have to request for a waiver of the bathroom rules from the liquor authority, because they require 2 bathrooms, and that's historically rooted in one for each sex. But the idea is that there are satisfactory, restroom facilities available for patrons. And that's specifically tied to the service of alcohol, for the requirement. So that's where that all sort of spins around. And then the flip side is just, we don't have many public restrooms in the city. And so that you will end up becoming one of the spaces that people go to use the bathrooms. And that's important too. Just what it is as well. And I'm glad that you have restrooms that are open for patrons, because that's not often the case. And I don't know if that's a requirement outside of the restaurant aspect. So that is actually very important for people as well.
Carter, I really appreciate your insight and experience. And as Matt said, with the hours, it really is to have that possibility of there being a little bit longer service. And you might be right, or at least this is what it seems to you seem to be suggesting, is that perhaps organically service will stop around the time that the store closes, simply because that's how patrons perceive it. But as Matt has said, it's something that we want to work with you on, and we are trying to take to consider your perspectives and your tips and everything to be able to implement something that will be successful. So we do certainly hear your concerns.
Okay, I think that does it. Anybody else have anything? Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for coming down.
Thank you guys, and thank you for all the feedback.
Everybody looks forward to having you in the community, I'm sure.
Thank you, I appreciate that. We're excited to be here, very.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
If you're doing Italy now.
I'm doing Italy next. Should I keep you here?
Please, yes.
Okay. Italy is
Thanks,
next.
Donna.
So that's Italy, Lafayette LLC, Casa Italy at 200 Lafayette Street. If you could raise your hand.
I think there are 3 more. There's
I have
Ian,
2.
Melissa,
I have Melissa,
and Marco.
Marco, and who is the other one?
There's Ian, Melissa, and Marco.
Okay, I don't see Ian.
Okay, he might have gotten disconnected.
I apologize. Would you be able to give me access? I'm trying to connect with my computer because the camera on my phone is not connected. Apology for that.
So what would you want to be able to share your screen?
No, I just got access. Sorry, thank you.
Okay.
For my camera, thank you.
Hello. Good
Hello.
evening. Hi.
Okay, who's going to tell us about the application? Oh, there he is.
Okay. Okay. All right, so I'll introduce everybody. So we have Marco Pedisano. He's the East Coast Regional Director for Italy. And we have Melissa Manila, and she is the Senior Director of Construction. And then we have Ian Fragiorgia. He's the Project Manager for Development Operations. So if you're familiar with the Italy concept in Financial District or Flatiron, then this will be somewhat familiar to you. So but it's going to be smaller than those two stores. So it's going to be a mix of an on-premise Italian restaurant. And there's going to be then a quick service retail area for coffee and pastries. And then there's going to be a retail market. So we have in the diagrams depicted where each of the two sort of on-premise areas are, and then where the retail areas as well. It's 2 floors.
And they got such a
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry. So it's the 2 floors at 200 Lafayette. There's going to be a little bit of outdoor seating. So it's right there on Lafayette and Broome. It's the corner there. On Lafayette, there are going to be 5 tables, and on Broome 4.
And these are all on the sidewalk, correct?
Correct. Yep. So these are sidewalk tables. There's not going to be any kind of structure, and they are seasonal. And then inside, there's a total of 58 tables, and then there are 166 table seats. And we also have some seats at the bar and at the counter. So there's a total of 192 seats. The hours Sunday through Thursday are 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. and Saturday and Friday 7 a.m. 12 a.m. and the outdoor is 8 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Okay. Anything else?
Yeah. So we conducted pretty extensive outreach for this. We submitted petitions. I think there are 70 or so supporters. We sent dozens of emails to nearby residents. And I know that Marco personally met with the Broadway Residents Coalition several times. I think actually one of its members might be here tonight. We're happy to answer any questions that you have.
Okay, I just have a few. There are promoted events. Could you are there any third-party promoted events or?
No, the establishment is all internal. No particular third-party events will be held. I think that we do celebrate moments of the year, like a sale moment of our retail and fresh market, as we do every September, January, and June. So I think that those are the types of things that we consider an event, but it's an internal event. There's no DJ or live music of the sort.
So the music is always background, and then
Yes.
and I see private parties was also checked off. So what could you just explain what that?
Sure. Sure. I think it's much more of what we would consider group dining experiences. You know, a group of 20 people can join and sit in the restaurant and enjoy an evening for a party for themselves. But there's no division of the space or closed off space or private dining areas within the layout.
Okay, so when you say private parties, you don't mean like the whole space is shut down for somebody to come in and take over 100 and something seats for some kind of.
We don't believe it to be, and generally we don't close our stores for those types of private events. If anything, it would be, you know, let's call it a gathering for a birthday party that may require 50 people. They would take a portion of the restaurant, but the market would continue to stay open for the community.
Okay, and where I looked at this before and had it figured out, but where is the market space? Is that down on the lower level?
So there is a lower level space, correct? And then there's the space is kind of split in half with these beautiful archways that take you down 2 steps, and then there's a ramp that takes you around as well to the second level, which is just 4 steps. That whole half of the space will be retail and fresh market. The fresh market refrigerations is approximately 1,000 square feet of refrigeration space from cheeses, salumi, fish and meat. And then we have a produce section as well that takes on a portion of the space. And then the downstairs location, which will house much more of a grocery, housewares, retail experience, approximately 1,200 square feet.
Okay. I think that's it for my questions. Susan?
Hi, thank you. I read the application and I know the Italy store very well in Flatiron. Maybe you could just compare them a little bit, like
sure.
Spaces are different, but because that one has a restaurant sort of in different spots, and I know you have a little outdoor seating too. Is it going to be similar, or this is much more of a restaurant?
So the concept in the application, the name of the new concept is called Casa Italy, and the structure of it is to be much more residential, convenient for communities that we're hoping to open in, further New York City, but even in other communities. The style of this particular model is one restaurant dining experience only, which with a much broader and wider respect to the menus. Whereas in our other locations, we may have very specific dining experiences, a fish restaurant, a meat restaurant, and so forth. This is kind of a good split and mix. I would say equally retail, equally restaurants, but then there's a portion of what we would consider the cafe, which is that coffee bar with pastries and pizza by the slice, which will take on a portion, which is much more of a quick service environment. But if you're familiar with the store, those similar ideals will be respected in this environment. The pastry cakes, ready to eat foods on premise, if you like, if there's a small seating area, and then food to go also to be reheated at home. So we're going to have all full array of options.
Great. Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Sure.
Anybody else from the committee? Is there anyone from the public that wants to speak on this one? Has any questions? Laura, I am raising you. It's your night.
Hi. Hi again.
Hi, Laura. Hi.
We, Broadway residents did meet with Marco twice, and we had emails back and forth. And I want to say I live directly across the street. Unlike the other Italy's, this location is completely surrounded by residential uses. Both sides of it, across the street on each side. And the only concern I really have are the hours. They're asking for 11 most days and midnight on Friday and Saturday. It's not really that consistent. I sent you the information on other places around there. Some are open later, many are open less, but it's definitely not consistent with what they have in Italy Flatiron, which the latest restaurant closes at 10:30. And I don't quite understand what the difference is, why they want to come into a much more residential block and yet be open later. It's not as if we need another Italian restaurant desperately in the community. Marini is right a few storefronts away, but I really want Italy there. I'm not saying I don't want it, because I really want Italy there, but the hours are a real issue. I think we talked about, and I sent you an email about this, so I don't want to go into everything. We talked about other quality of life issues, about garbage, about deliveries. I hope that most deliveries are during the day and not at night.
Correct.
Because residential area, Soho, cast iron buildings are very pervious to noise. But the only real sticking point is the hours. And that's the only thing. And that's all I wanted to say at this
Thank
point.
you, Laura. And thank you for the help in this process. You've been very helpful, and I've learned a lot in meeting with you and the rest of the coalition.
Yeah, I just hope that you do those chickens.
In relation to the hours of operation, I think that we did have a slight change post-pandemic to the restaurant influence. Prior to the pandemic in from 2012 to 2019, the restaurants would close at 11, and then the rooftop location, which this place won't have, obviously, would be open till midnight. So it's kind of consistent with our previous pre-pandemic model in terms of the size of some of our larger formatted restaurants, to entertain the opportunity to dine later in the evening, and also in conjunction with what with Wegmans' process previous, is that we were trying to avoid having to have two different closing and opening times for our restaurant establishment and the retail market. So the idea was to have the retail market always open till 11, which is also a pre-pandemic hours of operation for our Flatiron location specifically. And it does provide a little bit of flexibility to allow diners to come in later. Now, in what we spoke about on the coalition meeting we had last week was, closing time and last seating, I think, is a big component here. Having last seating and last reservations between 10:30 and 11 o'clock allows a diner to have the experience that Carter was mentioning before about being able to shop after they dine without closing them off to the experience. And that's what we wanted to try to provide.
Well, may I say something? I don't want to do it.
Yeah, and then that's it. So get everything out in this one thing, because we don't do the back and
then
forth.
I would be amenable to 11 straight through. It's the midnight closing. And I think that if you're closing the store at 11 as well, then it gives, it just gives the later people the less of an opportunity. I mean, it's always going to be, if you close at the same time, someone's not going to be able to shop. But if you could go just cut out the midnight on Friday and Saturday, I think that would be a real benefit to the community, and just go straight through.
Okay,
That's
Marco,
all.
you can think about that.
Yeah.
We try not to do the back and forth, otherwise our meeting will be.
Yeah. That's it. I'm done. Thank you.
Renee?
Oh, sorry. Coming on.
Gotcha.
Hi, Marco. How are you?
Hi, Renee. Nice to see you.
Yes, I was among the people who met with Marco earlier, and we had very good meetings with him. I too am a fan of Italy in the Flatiron. I have similar concerns about the hours, but I won't repeat that. Laura spelled it out. I know we also had concerns about garbage pickup, which may have been resolved. I'm not sure about that, but I know that is a concern. And also, did we ever work out the part about grease? Did you?
Yes, we talked about it. We
talked about it. I think that was resolved, right?
Yeah, there's a grease trap with the external panel door that will be opened with the correct safety precaution barricades surrounding it once it's opened.
And that's going to be exactly where?
It's on the Broome Street side of the store.
On Broome Street side, right.
It happens once a year, and that's in our very, very heavily trafficked, once a month, pardon me, in our very heavily trafficked stores, in conjunction in the percentage for which this store will operate is, a quarter to a fifth of even the Flatiron store, but considering the retail operations and only having one restaurant and limited counters, That the grease trap cleanings we want to have monthly, but can be extended periodically. In terms of the garbage pickup, we contacted the building and have built so far a good relationship with the landlord and the building manager about who does pickup, and we partner with Shobani, who's also in that building. And we found out their source for garbage removal, and we've contacted them, and they will be hosting a walkthrough for us in the first week of January to show us a little bit about how they pick up. But we wanted to partner up with the pickup times of the building to eliminate any type of additional noise concerns.
Okay, thank you for that. The other open question for me, and perhaps this has been resolved too, but was that, I mean, Italy has recently been bought out by a British company, right?
An Italian company.
An Italian company.
Mhm.
I did say UK. Okay. So the principals are clear at this point who they are and who will be making the corporate decisions and that sort of thing
So,
on the application?
Yes, so Renee, I'll try to respond to that. So first of all, Marco here is the point person for
Right.
Italy Lafayette and frankly, the New York stores. So he will be the person in charge of day-to-day operations for the stores. As a principal is, and will apply to be a principal on the license. There will be, if you know, I don't know how familiar you are with the Italy principals, but there will be one who lives in Italy, but he will remain on the license as well. And so as of now, there's no plan to change the operations or anything like that. These are really high level sort of, well, as you mentioned in Italy, changes going on. It's not a complete buyout. So some of the existing Italian owners still remain in place.
Well, that's great to hear. I have horror visions of what happened to Dean and DeLuca, and I certainly hope that doesn't happen to you. So yeah, we welcome you to the neighborhood and hope you will be our good neighbor.
Thank you, Renee. Thank you.
Thank you. Pete Davies.
Hi, Marco.
Pete, how are you?
I'm not going on video because I'm afraid my Mac will go crazy and crash. So I'm just going to do audio. Just as you said, and so everybody knows, we did meet a number of times and we had really good discussions. And Marco, I know your application is kind of not premature. I don't think that's the right word, given the amount of time that it takes. And that therefore, because it's the actual operation is so far in the future, that some of these things aren't resolved that we discussed. But I do believe that good intention is to come to some good result for the grease removal and things like that. So
of course,
I don't know that we can force that at this point. That's all. But the one thing that I'm still unclear about, and I think everybody's unclear about it because it's never happened before, is the new zoning and the limitation on the size. And how that is even viewed. And it appears that an operation, an establishment the size of what you guys are doing does require a special permit. And I'm just curious, and it puts us in a weird place to say yes without a caveat that says, that acknowledges that that might have to be pursued or that should be pursued until it's satisfied, either because the city says you don't have to or you get it, one of those two. So, and then this is partly to protect the community, the neighborhood, for less honorable applicants that might come along and offer up some big thing and some precedent has been set. So I just wanted to raise that, and otherwise, you know, I think it's all moving in the right direction, and it's looking good, and that's all I've got to say. So thank you for your time that you've given us to clear things up.
Thank you, Peter. And we'll continue to look through the zoning process, and we've reviewed.
And Pete, I personally want to thank you for bringing that to our attention. So we looked more into it, and I'm by no means an expert on this at all. So we do rely on consultants, but we understand that because of the operation, some of it, as you know, is a retail market, and some of it is on premise. That distinction is important for that permit. But it is something that we are confirming. So again, I want to thank you for bringing that to our attention.
And I guess I would just ask that, since it would be a benefit to the community to understand that process better, that this becomes something that becomes an education for both of us, for the community, us and y'all, and that as much as possible, that the information you learn from the city can be shared. So that'd be a request, I think.
Thanks, Pete. I think, is there anybody else from the community that has anything? I think that does it. Okay. So is there any, we're in the same place we were, right? Any change on anything? Regarding the zoning issue, the restaurant, I mean, the restaurant is sort of a separate space. Is there something to be said about that, where there's only alcohol served in the restaurant?
There is 2 counters in the application.
Mm-hmm.
There's a bar, which is in the dining room. And then there's the counter, which is the cafe, which will serve beer and wine. We are applying for one on-premise liquor license.
Right.
And as we go to the SLA, we will present them with the 2 point of sales locations within the space, which is what we do in our other locations throughout the Northeast.
Mm-hmm.
When we open these stores, and when we decide that we want new concepts within the spaces, the application process begins. The restaurant is kind of open. You can technically walk through the dining room, but there is some design elements that kind of move you towards the direction of a shopping experience, whether that's, you know, little banquettes and things of that nature. But the restaurant will be an on-premise consumption experience, sitting down service, the full restaurant dining experience.
Okay, Carter?
Yeah, I mean, is there any way that we can just have language that the only service and consumption of alcohol will be in the seated patron areas, the restaurants, et cetera, which I think the square footage of that is less than the zoning square footage, but allow the whole space to be licensed, just have a stipulation on the license, which allows the connection to all the storage areas, et cetera. So it doesn't prohibit, you know, encumber movement of anything, but it also keeps to the spirit of the zoning restriction on the eating and drinking area and the consumption area. Because, you know, this opens up a lot of issues for us as a community of having the entire space licensed where people can carry around or consume alcohol. So I would see that as a path through that where it becomes a non-issue, whereas the restaurant square footage is treated, you know, is acknowledged to be different.
I think that we'll have to look at the expediters on the size of the square footage. I know that the restaurant is about 2,900 square feet in terms of the dining experience, and the cafe is about 1,100, as I mentioned. So if I'm correct, I believe it's 8,800 square feet is the zoning legislation, 8,500. So we can take into account, what we would consider back of house and the kitchen space in terms of where customer facing experience exists, and see if that can change, or understand how we can kind of put a stipulation within the application.
Well, this is the time we're discussing it. So this is the stipulation, and this is when we would present it, and that's why I had presented it. It's not something that happens later unless the application's laid over until next month, because we have to vote on the application tonight. And that's why I had suggested that pathway, because if you're not, if the intention is not to have somebody strolling around with a glass of wine through their shopping experience, that pretty much is allows that to just be removed, that you can still carry wine that may be stored in other areas or back of house. It still allows the entire premise to be licensed, but you don't allow any consumption or service to people in that area, so that you can have your alcohol stored wherever it is, move it around. That doesn't complicate this, but it does allow us and for you guys to just clearly delineate, that where the actual service is occurring and consumption. And that allows us to move past this issue, because it is fairly thorny, with that, technically the back of house is still part of your operation as an eating and drinking establishment. So what we're trying to do is to allow, movement through this, because we recognize that this is a bit gray, but it seems to be the only way we would be able to move through it tonight. If we're
Carter, so Carter, I'm just curious, like what sort of specific language you're looking for, or sort of what you're asking. As Marco mentioned, it is sort of one space, but there are segments on the ground level. So are you looking? I guess I'm just trying to figure out what you're proposing exactly.
But you have the designated area right on your on the ground floor. Sorry, like on the diagrams, right, where you have the you have the main dining bar and that seating area, correct? And then that's your main point of service, correct? And then you have a second one, and am I correct in that that's in the coffee pastry area? Is that the second service point?
Yes,
yeah, right. And so you basically have that large rectangle, right, which is that corner going all the way up to the, there's a big rectangle there, right? If you look, and so it wouldn't cross into the salami and cheese area, that little wall area. So basically, I don't know what the square footage is of that area, but it includes your access points to the exterior. It includes all the areas where there are tables and chairs. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's your restaurant, right? And it allows for service of people to sit at those counters, but they just can't walk around into all the other areas.
So you would propose that you would prefer that customers couldn't walk the space with a glass of wine?
Well, that in my mind changes what the space is, right? Then it becomes all these other ancillary areas are part of the eating and drinking. And I think we can agree that your kitchen areas and your seated patron areas don't add up beyond the zoning square footage, right? So that's this just allows clarity so that we don't have to get into this issue further, because I think it captures the spirit and allows us to move, that you guys can move forward without any objections from us.
Of course.
And that's why I'm just suggesting that, because it it makes the retail area, eating and drinking area. And then, you know, everybody, all the bases are covered there in the discussion. Because these are quite complicated and they're also costly. Engaging people and experts and everything, getting a ZRD1 or whatever it is. I mean, all these things, and we understand that. We just want, you know, if that's not in your intention to have people walking around and drinking in the whole space.
Well, the point of sale areas don't really provide that type of environment, but we do in our current establishments in New York and in Boston do have the complete on-premise. So customers can walk through the store within their city that they're in with a glass of wine or a beer poured by a server. And that goes with the intent of the training programs that we put forth with the HR teams that we have in our stores to ensure that we are doing the right thing for alcohol consumption and alcohol control. In general to that is the identity of Italy being a little bit unique in its kind of marketplace. This is one of the features that is kind of an interesting piece to the brand itself. You know, having your last sip of wine as you peruse some of the counters or the retail experience is kind of been part of the brand since we opened in 2010 in New York and part of the brand in Italy since 2007. So, you know, I think for us, we'd like to have that opportunity to control it with our internal security, our management, and our training to ensure that we don't believe there's going to be a super high number, but the opportunity we'd like to have.
Yeah, and I guess for us, then it's an eating and drinking establishment, the whole thing, and it's in violation of the zoning. So that's basically what you come to with, you know, the different conclusions, and we're trying to provide you with an option where you can just resolve this and move forward tonight. I certainly understand what you're saying, but you probably also don't have zoning restrictions in your other areas that would prohibit, you know, the size of the eating and drinking establishments, which is, you know, something that is unique to certain areas, this being one of them, and recently was raised where it used to be 5,000 square feet. So there is, you know, you are able to take advantage of that, but the hybrid models are a consistent source of issues. And, you know, if you're eating and drinking in the whole space, then the whole space is an eating and drinking space. Okay,
I mean, it's clear that this total square footage of the space is above what the restrictions is of 8,500. So in an effort to kind of identify it, you know, I think that we can, you know, add on the dining locations that we'd like to have permitted, which is the quick service area, the dining room area, and another maybe small portion in the back right corner, which is kind of going to be where we showcase some of the best items that we have in produce and things of that nature. I think we can come to that piece and allow kind of the maximum level of square footage.
And just so that there's some clarity here, that is the area where it's salami and cheese takeaway pasta. That's the back right?
Yes.
Takeaway. Okay. So the top left in the printed diagram. And so it's more of an L now, right? That's delineated by, looks like there's some existing wall.
There's an existing wall there, yeah. So you have the cafe on the entrance on the right side, and it kind of goes all the way back to the Sullivan Formaggi area, then it's next to the produce and then the kitchen. So those pieces are laid out, I think, from the square footage size on the diagrams that we should have laid out there, Brian.
Yeah, and I also just want to add, Carter, one of the reasons I asked too is just, yeah, I understand the need to limit consumption, but also we just want to make sure that there's at least enough space to be able to move with alcohol if necessary, for example, outside, where there is that outdoor area. So that's why I asked about limiting.
Yeah, the outdoor area is not counted as zoning square footage. And
Right.
when I look at your diagram, the access points where you have entrances marked all are within to service the outdoor area are all within that designated area. So I don't, so the carrying of service wouldn't be hindered. And then it would allow if for example, if your storage is, in the warehouse area, you're still able to move things through there without having to have a separate warehouse license, because the whole
Right.
space is part of the license, but the area is limited where there's consumption, and then that matches the eating and drinking. And I think that
Right.
that would allow most people to come to, understand what the differences are and not have an issue here.
Mhm.
But as you heard from what Pete had said and others have said, this is new on these distinctions, and this is a way for us to not have this held up until we hear what all the determinations are. And we all learn from these processes, and one of the things that we have learned is the expense from other people who've shared that with us of getting this clarification, and that's significant. And it's I think is a way to just delineate what's what, and we can
Yeah.
move forward without objection.
Okay. May I ask Carter, may we come up with the limits then, now, and then later on, if we decide to approach you about expanding that premise, if it's obviously within.
Everybody
within
is
the con-
welcome to come back, with any alterations. There's no guarantee on whatever the board would suggest. And I think that just the broad L that you guys have on that diagram, which is the half of the right side, and then whatever the top part with that wall, there's some darker blocks that extend off where the coffee pastry pizza space is to the left. And you had indicated that's an area that and I don't know what that square footage is, but the presumption is that plus the kitchen is less than the 8,500 square feet, correct?
Yes, yeah.
But if you guys want to
yeah.
take a few minutes to discuss it, we can recall this in just a minute, and so you guys can discuss it amongst yourselves, which it seems like that's probably a good idea.
Okay, yeah, please, if we may,
Okay.
if you don't mind.
Yeah, no, that sounds good.
We'll do that. We'll pause.
Good to
and-
resolve this. If we can resolve this now, it would be good to resolve this now. So, yeah.
I agree.
Okay.
Okay,
So I'll put you down and then just raise your hand and I'll bring you back up. Okay?
okay. Thanks,
Okay,
Donna.
great. Thank
Thanks,
you so
Carter.
much. Okay. Did I lose Mark? Okay, hang on. Okay, so while they're doing that, we will go on to the next one. Which will be TXTO Corp. 99 McDougal Street, on premise for a restaurant. If you could raise your hands if you're here.
All right, let's see. Camera working, volume working?
Camera's working, volume's working. Go right ahead.
Thank you so much.
Okay, this is Thomas Burke, representing TQTO Corporation. With me is Mr. Joseph Bedwell. He's the applicant. Let's see if I can start my video. Okay, right. We're seeking an on-premises liquor license at 99 McDougal Street. It will be for a restaurant, a small 500 square foot Tex-Mex restaurant with a full kitchen. The kitchen specializing in a uniquely Southwestern version of the taquito, as you can see from the menu. The restaurant is decorated in Mexican artwork and Mexican ceramic tiles. It will have only recorded background music. There will be no private parties. There will be no use of promoters. There will be no security, no DJ, no live music, and no outside space. This is a very small restaurant with 4 tables and 12 seats at those tables and 3 seats at a counter. Alcohol will generally be limited to wine, beer, and very limited mixed drinks. The applicant plans to serve margaritas and frozen margaritas to complement the Mexican food on the menu. The closing times are 9 p.m. on Sunday. The restaurant will be closed completely on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, closing at 11 p.m., and Thursday, Friday, and Saturday at 2 p.m.
Correction, 2 a.m.
I'm sorry, 2 a.m.
Okay, so the first thing, where is the bathroom?
The bathroom is in the back of the restaurant, located near the kitchen. The applicant is building a walkway to separate that bathroom from the kitchen.
It looks like it goes all through the kitchen prep area.
Right, so you can see there'll be a corridor at the top of the diagram in that kitchen area, which will lead to a door in the bathroom. We will separate the bathroom from the kitchen area.
But I don't see that here.
No, not on that diagram, no.
And so you need an on-premise license for 15 seats.
15 seats, 12 seats at tables, 3 seats at the counter
And you want to be open till 2 a.m.
on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
To me, this seems more like a takeout place, quick grab and go space than,
There will be quite a bit of takeout. However, there will be on-premises dining. There will be 4 tables, 12 seats, 3 seats at the counter. Yes.
is there wait staff?
Pardon?
Is there a wait staff?
Mr. Bedwell, can you answer that?
Every shift has 1 front of house and 2 line cooks.
So people will pay for their food at the food counter and then bring it to these seats? Pay for
Yes,
their food at the food counter and bring it to the seats. So there's no wait staff, there's no table service.
No, there's 1 staff member that is responsible for maintaining the seating area. Yes, ma'am.
But they're not waiting, they're not bringing the drinks to the table, they're not bringing the food to the table. People are picking it up as though it's a to-go or just grab it at the counter and sit down and eat themselves.
It depends on what the wait time is, but I mean, for example, today, I mean, some orders were taken at the counter, some people sat and their food was brought to them.
Okay, and then there's a window in the front that opens?
It's a very old, like, sliding window, but it's caulked closed, but it is here. Yes, ma'am, it does exist.
Are you going to be using that window or?
I probably not. I mean, if I were, it would be seasonal. If the board would rather we don't, then we don't.
It only opens about 1.5 feet.
Yeah, it doesn't open all the way. It's very old, very, very old.
Right, and there's no outdoor seating with this?
Absolutely none, absolutely no outdoor.
Okay, anybody from the committee? Bob?
Yes, would you consider a restaurant wine, beer wine?
Thank you, sir. The only issue with not getting the liquor license is that I then wouldn't be able to serve frozen margaritas, which are like, that's a very strong pull. Frozen margaritas, sangria. Sangria is wine, so that falls under the beer and wine. It's the frozen margaritas and margaritas that I'm really going after to help pull more people in.
So frozen margaritas and taquitos, that's the menu, taquitos?
No, that's not in the entire menu. The menu is still growing. Taquitos is the staple piece. It's done very differently. I don't know if you've had them before. It's actually like a meal. It comes with a sweet tomato sauce, salsa verde. You get taquitos that are either potato for vegetarian. You get chicken or beef. You get 3 or 5 to an order. We also do barbacoa avocado toast. We do chips and guac. We do an elote, which is known as a street corn. We're working on involving quesadillas and empanadas, but it's a small space, so we have to cook things that we already have on the menu. You know, we're trying to do multiple pieces from that way. I'm not overstocking, or I don't even have the room to overstock.
Dr. Smith?
Yeah, do you think you could, yeah, I think 2 o'clock is late.
Okay.
Will you consider early closing earlier? Like a
Yes, ma'am. What, I'm sorry, did you say 1 a.m.?
1 or maybe even a 12, but 1, yeah.
I would greatly appreciate 1 if you'd be to accept 1 a.m. on Fridays, Saturdays. I'm sorry, excuse me, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, because this area, that's when a lot of the foot traffic exists, is that late night traffic.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Susan?
Hi, you only have 15 seats and getting the full liquor license is a really big thing from us, and it's so small. I mean, if you're so dependent on the full liquor license and the margaritas, then that's what always is worrying. I mean, it's really like saying you need the liquor license or you can't exist, and then it starts feeling like it's not the little Mexican restaurant. It is troubling for us. I mean, to that aspect of it.
Well, it certainly won't be a bar
I
scene.
completely understand your concern. I'm not entirely dependent upon having the liquor license. It's just it's a useful component. Alcohol has great margins. When people tend to come in and eat when they can order drinks, it's easier to pull people in to order your food, as opposed to when they're just able to drink a Coke, a Pepsi, or a water. Especially this type of food, which is
I mean, with 15 seats, do you anticipate people eating in as the biggest part of your customer base, or wouldn't it be much more takeout anyway because it's so tiny?
The takeout component will be significant, but I think that the price per person will be higher when people come in and sit. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking to these 15 seats. Yes, they may be few, but if I could get a price per person of 50 to 65 per sale, then I'm doing fantastic, regardless of this the limited seating. Versus a takeout order that averages between $15 and $19. So where I can convert that one person, or I can increase that person 3 times if they're able to order or drink what their food. And then also when you have friends that come in, you sit down, you want to have a good time, you want to just have a good time. I want to say shoot the S, but I don't want to use a bad word, so I'm sorry, but that's what people tend to do. They come in, they order a couple of drinks, they eat their food, they have their chips and guac, good music going on in the background, background music, and then they go on their way. But just 30 minutes of seating, even though it's limited seating, could really increase my price per person. Average sale.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. We'll think about it. Thank you.
I appreciate your time.
Carter?
Yeah, so this is going to be the 3rd licensed premise in this building?
Yes, sir, you are correct. There's a Katie Roll next to me, and then there is the Greenwich Village Comedy Club below me.
Okay, and this is probably one of the most densely licensed areas in the city, correct?
Correct.
So what's the public interest of having a 15-seat space restaurant that serves margaritas with some unknown bathroom situation? I just don't understand how we're reviewing this. That doesn't make much sense to me, and it's only seems like it's going to contribute to the quality of life issues that occur in this area, specifically on this block.
This is not a bar. There are only 3 seats at a counter, so it's not a bar scene. We're talking about a specialized menu that doesn't exist on McDougal Street. We're talking about these taquitos, which will be the attraction, and yes, that will be a convenience to people who would like to try that food.
At what point is it too dense?
Is what too dense?
The number of liquor licenses and then
Well, I mean, it's been that way for many, many years. I mean, he's between Bleecker and West 3rd, which is door to door, wall to wall bars and restaurants.
right, and this space has never been licensed.
Well, yes, but there was always a restaurant there. There was a hamburger restaurant there before him.
Right. So I mean, you're just not selling me on this, and the bathroom issue is not sufficiently resolved either. Your firm represented another applicant.
Yes, that's past history. That's past history.
Well, I'm just telling you what it is.
I understand what happened in the past. I do.
Okay, so why don't you give us an application, a proper diagram?
I'm sorry, I didn't prepare the application. I just saw the diagram today myself. That's why I'm explaining to you that. And Mr. Bedwell and I discussed it before the meeting. He will be building a corridor leading from the dining room to the bathroom that separates it from the kitchen.
And how wide's the corridor gonna be?
Wide enough for a person to walk through, 3 feet wide, 36 inches.
And how much space does that leave?
Leaves sufficient space to cook his taquitos.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, is there anybody else from the committee? Is there anyone from the public here on this application? Lois, go right ahead.
Yes. What is the community outreach?
Mr. Bedwell reached out to any number.
How did you reach out to the community and
He reached out to 9 different block associations by email. He didn't get any response from any of them, but let them all know that he was opening up a taquito restaurant, a Mexican restaurant at this location, and that it was coming before Community Board 2.
And what about the residents that are living on McDougal Street? How did you reach to them that live there?
I don't believe he did.
I've met with a few of the residents in the neighborhood. I've become very familiar with people since we started operating a month or 2 ago. Actually, many of the tenants in the building come in here in order. My first sale was to a tenant of this building. I think his name was Garrett. But I didn't go door to door. If that is something that the community board would like me to do, I'm not opposed to it.
Is that it, Lois? Lois is frozen.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Lois.
Okay, is there anyone here from the public that wants to speak on this application? I don't see anyone. Okay, so beer and wine is not something that you want at this location. What are your hours now that you're operating under?
They're actually, so on Sundays, we're doing from 12 to 9 or 1 to 9, depending on what the weather is. It's a very small staff, so it's easy to make adjustments on the fly. On Mondays, we are closed. Tuesdays and Wednesdays, we open up at 2, we close at 11. Again, depending on foot traffic and weather, we could close earlier. I think this past Sunday they closed early. And then Thursday, Friday, Saturdays, we're open from 2 in the afternoon until 2 at night. And actually, I think on Saturday they closed at 1:19 a.m. They closed a little bit earlier this past Saturday. The foot traffic wasn't.
Okay, all right. I mean, I think you heard the concerns of the committee.
Oh, I absolutely understand.
Discuss it.
I could just make one correction. Sorry, I'm opposed to a beer and wine license. I appreciate you guys approving anything for this location to help my business grow. So I just wanted to make sure that we're on the same page there. I appreciate that.
Okay. Bob?
Right, but that's not the application in front of us.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Oh, someone had their hand raised. Oh, okay.
Let me see.
Should I stay on or should I go? What do I do now?
Just stay a second.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
know, Let me just wait 1 second. I'm raising. No.
No rush at all.
Brian, forget that. I'll just stay. So Darlene, but don't say anything. Let me get the attorney back on. Hang on 1 second.
No?
No, just let me get his attorney back on here because I did ask for people twice and so, Mr. Burke, are you back on here?
Yes, I'm back.
Okay, thank you. Darlene, go ahead.
I just had a quick question about the what was the intent or the percentage of to-go frozen margaritas that is in this plan to make it work? Because I don't think that, I think the to-go element has to be considered, especially, the whole face of this place, which is very tiny and seems to be more about to go than it does to be seated. Thank you.
Thanks, Darlene. Okay, go ahead and answer that, please.
I don't intend to sell any alcoholic beverages to go, whether they be liquor or beer. The alcohol, liquor, wine, the sangrias, all that stuff is going to be for all. I feel like that would open up me to, I own this thing 100% and I have other businesses. I just feel like that would open me up to too much liability.
Okay, got it. Thank you very much. So that does it for this evening.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Losing track of who's up here. Okay. Mr. Fink, go ahead.
Hi, Donna. Okay. All right, so yeah, so I think we should limit what Carter and what Marco were discussing before.
Okay.
So we discussed the restaurant area.
Yep.
Basically that lower half there, the restaurant and the quick serve area. Also, we'd like to include in that the salami area. So it is that dull shape. We would like to be able to have occasional tastings there.
Okay.
And then down the line, as we learn more about this, we may come back and talk about expanding that. But for now, I think that's the boundary.
Okay, that sounds good. Carter, do you have anything you want to add to that? I think that's what you.
Yeah, just for clarification, so the service in that the Northwest includes the occasional events,
tastings,
and how often? Just as a, I mean, what are you talking about? Like 10 a month, 8 a month?
Marco's trying to
You're muted. Marco, you're muted.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Currently, our tastings are about once to twice a month in very small portions of the day, maybe between 5 and 7 for 2 hours. And it's really just an educational moment to pair something that we would like to represent from the Italian culture, but also, for those who are looking to cook certain meals, a piece of cheese with a type of a beer or a piece of cheese with a wine or sparkling wine, especially in kind of celebratory moments. Although we won't be selling wine for retail, there are those types of things where they can decide to buy and create cheese boards on their own and look for different types of pairings. So we like that opportunity.
And that would be the pairings, right? That's where the service would be. I think so. And then I think the other just open question was the hours. I don't think that had been responded to that Laura had asked. I mean, or maybe you guys did respond to it. Those were, I got caught up on this, and you may have answered it, but
we want to respect the community and really want to try to align with some of the other restaurants that are in the area that stay open till at least midnight on days like Fridays and Saturdays, and at least have that opportunity. I would say that there is going to be moments where that's not going to necessarily be the case, months like January and February, where I think that we have the flexibility currently in our own operation, as a matter of fact, where we just extended the hours of operations during the holiday season on both ends to bookend, early opening in the morning and later closing at night, similar to some of the other retailers in the industry, not just food, because we do know that we can be a place of gifts as well. We do have housewares, and food is now a gift for some and for many. So I'd like to really try to kind of accommodate the request of the community and really be sensitive to the noise and the entrance and exits of our customers with the training of our staff and the security that'll be internal 24 hours a day. To ensure that last seating can be at least 11 o'clock, and then the market can be shopped by local residents until midnight.
Carter, you're muted.
Just for my clarification, what are the hours then? I just,
Sure. So the hours of operation will be the coffee shop and the market will be open at 7 a.m. So coffee, pastries, and then groceries and, refrigerated product can be shopped. And then at 11 a.m., the restaurant will open and do full service of dining until 11 p.m. on Sunday through Thursday, and then Fridays and Saturdays, the market and the restaurant will also close at midnight.
okay, thanks.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, the outside closes at 8 p.m.
Outside closes at 8 p.m., correct. And that's a short window. That's probably April, May until mid-September, seasonal.
Okay, great. All
And,
right.
and just for clarification, so the extension of hours around holidays is included in that, just so we're clear, right?
There's no reason to stay open until 1 a.m., although
Okay.
learning
I
a lot
just
from the
wanted to-
board tonight.
Yeah, just wanted to make clear that that's okay. Okay, thanks. We have to
Thank you.
discuss this. We discuss this later, which you're welcome to stay for, but that's where the clarity is important so that we have the facts right when we're discussing it amongst ourselves during our business session.
Understood. I want to be as open and clear as I can. I really am excited to be part of this project. It's the first of its kind in terms of a new development for the brand, and the company has given me the opportunity to be part of the board first in being on the paperwork, but also being with the company for the past 12 years and opening all 9 stores with them.
Great.
Thank you for the opportunity this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thanks for discussing and coming back. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Of course.
Really
Thank you.
appreciate that,
Dr.
Mark.
Smith, hang on, Dr. Smith, go ahead.
Just wanted to say, Marco, I love your Frank Sinatra picture.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay. The next application is going to be Art Farm USA, Inc. Doing business as Manuela, 130 Prince Street, on premises for a restaurant. If you could raise your hands, I will try to bring you up.
Hello.
Oh,
Evening. Good evening. Let's see, there's Ben. All right, and there's Don. All right, you ready to get started, Donna?
ready, go right ahead.
Hi, Donna. Hi, committee. It's nice to see everyone again. I'm Max Bookman. I'm an attorney. My law firm is Pazetsky and Bookman, and with me over here is Ben Crofton. He is the North America Project Director for Art Farm, which we're going to talk a little bit about tonight. We also have some of our consultants on the line as well. So the location is 130 Prince Street. That's on the corner of Prince and Worcester. It's a historic commercial building. It's been getting redeveloped for the past few years. The landlord has sought a number of creative, focused commercial tenants for the building, and Art Farm is one of them. They'll be operating a restaurant on the corner, ground floor unit with a portion of the basement. So Art Farm is just a little bit of background about who they are. Art Farm is an extension of Hauser and Wirth, which is a family-owned group of art collectors. They were founded in the 90s. They operate art galleries around the world. They have 2 art galleries here in New York City. The founders and owners of Hauser and Wirth are Ewan and Manuela Wirth. So they're the owners, and through their Art Farm arm, even though their original business and business through today is art galleries, they have an Art Farm arm through which they operate community-focused restaurants that are infused with art, which is part of their vision. And so they operate eating and drinking establishments in Scotland, in England, both within London's Mayfair district and outside in other parts of England, outside of London as well. They have a Manuela restaurant in Los Angeles, and the one at 130 Prince Street will be their first in New York City, and it's going to be a version of their LA restaurant is going to be Manuela, New York City. I can tell you, having worked with them on this project, that their commitment to their artistic vision and their community vision is quite serious, more than your typical applicant. And so they've made a number of charitable commitments already that are in line with their vision. They're supporting various Soho arts organizations that are pretty notable, like the Worcester Group, the Donald Judd Foundation, the Drawing Center. They are sponsoring a fellowship with the Ghetto Film School, which is a 2-year program for young creatives in Soho, with 10 fellows each. These are for people who are 14 to 16 years old. They're working with other sustainable and community-based organizations like Tidy Planet. They're going to compost up to 90% of their food waste, even though they're not required to. It's a commitment they're making, and they're going to donate that compost to Project Eats, which is a really important sustainability project in New York. I think that's noteworthy. Their commitment is also reflected in their outreach, their community commitment. So they've held virtual and in-person information sessions that have been attended by members of the nearby neighborhood. They've met with the Soho Alliance before the meeting, just before the meeting began tonight, which feels like some time ago now. We were told that we can tell you that the Soho Alliance has no objection to this application. I don't know if Sean's still here or not, but they have no objection. And over the course of those information sessions, there was feedback, and we've incorporated the feedback into the application that we've submitted tonight. So in terms of hours of operation, it was always their plan to open at 8 a.m. 7 days a week, because it's going to be 3 meals a day, and there's been no opposition on that. But we had originally begun the outreach with the idea of closing midnight 7 days a week. There was some suggestion that we close at 11 p.m. on weeknights. And so that's what you have in your package before you. It's 11 p.m. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, with midnight reserved for Friday and Saturday only. Some of the late 11th hour feedback that we've settled on or resolved was concerns about outdoor seating. And so this is not reflected in your package. Your package shows that we're asking for outdoor seating, but we have made a decision to withdraw that from our application before you. So we'll stipulate with you tonight that outdoor seating is not part of the application, and we will return to the community board prior to seeking any outdoor seating that includes DOT open restaurant seating, any alcoholic beverages in those seatings. If when the future program is finally in place, there no outdoor seating without coming back to you, and it's not part of this application. Beyond that, oh, and by the way, just one other point on the outdoor seating. The whole spirit of their approach is they want to take the community feedback seriously, and although we're ready to proceed with the other aspects of the application, they just felt that there's not enough agreement on the outdoor seating, and so they want to think it through with the community members some more and try to get some agreement. So we can come back to you on that if need be. Beyond that, there are some other application basics that no one has really taken any issue with. It's a 36 table restaurant, 116 seats. There's 27 bar seats. It's almost entirely on the ground floor. There is a kitchen and 10-seat private dining room in the downstairs. There's recorded music. We are asking for occasional live music for private events only, but all music is kept at background level. We could stipulate to acoustic, non-amplified live music only. They want to have that option for private events if asked. No DJ, no dancing, no security, no outdoor wait lines, no boozy brunch, all of your usual no's, we agree to. And just 3 quick corrections, which we've noticed after we submitted, we're just wrong on the application. We said yes to promoters. That was a mistake. It's no to promoters. We said yes to scheduled performances. That was a mistake. No scheduled performances. That was never the plan. There was a misunderstanding about what those terms meant for you folks versus what they mean in other jurisdictions. And we had said no to a traffic management plan. That was just a typo. We have a detailed traffic management plan, which we supplied and which Don Tone from Sam Schwartz is here to talk about if there's any questions about it. So I'll leave it there. We're happy to answer any questions that anyone may have.
Okay, thank you for removing the outdoor, the no scheduled performances, and the no promoters. That got rid of some of my questions.
I got rid of 30 minutes, right?
It did, thank you. Where is the private dining room? Because I don't think I saw that on here.
Yeah, so we submitted a late floor plan because the plans we were getting from the architect were not great. And so we originally submitted a floor plan that admittedly didn't show it well. And so we submitted an updated one today. I don't know if it basically got to you in time. I know you have your deadlines for a reason, but so I'm not sure if you're looking at one where the basement is in pink. Then it's not really on that one. The one we sent to the board office today shows where it is. You walk down a flight of stairs where there are bathrooms, and beyond the bathrooms is this private dining room.
Okay.
Max, just is that to the left? If you're coming down from the top of the diagram, is that to the left?
That's right, Carter.
Okay. So it's a big rectangle.
It's a rectangle, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a horizontal rectangle under the bathrooms.
Wait, it's under the bathrooms or?
Yeah, under the bathrooms. I guess you all didn't get what we submitted today.
I'm just
No.
trying, yeah, I don't think so.
Let me switch to what you probably have, and then I could have it in front of me, and then I could try to do a better job at explaining it.
It's not actually under the bathrooms. You come down the stairs, it's to the left. So it's to the left of the bathrooms.
So
Yeah,
so
it's
looking
to the
at
left
the
if you're-
diagram, it's the right side, the
Correct.
top half.
Maybe I'm just looking at the diagram from the wrong perspective. If you're looking at, it's a horizontally oriented diagram. It's landscape. It's a landscape diagram.
Right.
So if you're looking at the diagram landscape, then it's under the bathrooms. If you were staring at the bathrooms, like if you're actually looking at the bathrooms, then to Ben's point, it's to the left.
How many tables and seats are in there?
10, one, one. I mean, it has functionality, but it's a maximum of 10 seats.
Max, just say one more, I'm sorry, because I didn't have the diagram up. Can you just say one more time where it is in relation to the stairway and the?
Yeah, so if you come down the stairway and you're looking at the bathrooms,
right,
you make a left.
Yeah, it's that gray square that's there.
Let me finish pulling up what we had sent you. I'm sorry about this. I know it's important.
It's across, it looks like it's across from.
Yeah, all right. So, okay, I have what you have now. So right, you're looking at the bathrooms. So in the diagram that you have under the bathrooms, there's this gray square. Forget that gray square. That gray square is nothing. So, but to the left of that gray square, like under the bathrooms, it's sort of cut off on this diagram, which is why we wanted to update it today, because this diagram it cuts it off, but it doesn't show the walls accurately. But so to the left of that gray square and under the bathrooms is the private dining room.
So are the bathrooms on the main floor? Am I being?
No, you're looking at the
Max, can you just email me the diagrams and I'll email it to the committee?
Yeah, I'll do it right now.
Thanks.
Email it right now. Thank you.
I'm gonna do it right now. Yep.
Too confusing. Okay, Susan, go ahead.
Hi, Max. I'm glad that the Soho Alliance is on board. This is a unique building in this area because it's all commercial, but it's surrounded by all residential buildings. So these buildings are unusual. And I'm happy as long as you're really sure they're not going to come back and ask for outside space, because I think that would be, I don't think you get any support for that. I mean, I think that.
No, I can't tell you that, Susan, and I want to be clear about that. And I tried to be, so let me emphasize that we're not, yeah, this is not a never ever stipulation. We're not promising you that we're never going to come back for outside space. We probably will. It's just that we don't have an agreement with the Soho Alliance. We don't have an agreement with community members on outside space, and we're willing to, it's not so critical to their operation that we're willing to forego having outside space potentially for some time, and we understand potentially permanently, depending on how, a future proceeding before you and the Liquor Authority plays out, in order to proceed now with the core of the application, which is indoors. So I hear what you're saying. There was a lot of questions and concerns about outside space. We recognize that, but, in some applications, the outside space is so important that, there's no choice but to work it out as best we can with the committee member, with the community members, and come to the community board and hash it all out in the initial license application. It's not so important with this application that for us to do that. So, we understand that we'd have to file an alteration application in the future, and you'll evaluate that, and we'll try to get the best support that we can.
Right. I mean, obviously, that means you understand there would be great resistance to it, because as you can see, there's nothing else around that has the outdoor space. So I just wanted to be sure you understood that. And
I think I understand you. I think you understand me. There's no confusion there. And, you could remind me when, 2 years from now when we come,
come back next month and ask for it. Okay, thank you.
Is there anyone else? Carter, your hand is still up. Do you have, and thank you, Max, you want to?
Yeah, so my concern with just looking at the floor plans, and this is where the impact on the noise is that you have bars right adjacent to the front doors on both sides, and as far as propping doors open, etc., all that stuff, that's where the noise originates from. And so whenever the bars are right next to one entrance, that's a concern with noise. But here we have two separate bars that are right up on the doorways, and so when they're set up that way, that's when noise leaks outside very easily, versus when the bars are in the back. We've covered this before on other applications, but in this case it's double. It's not just on one side. So I guess I just throw that out as a concern, because this is such a large space, and obviously you have a lot of seating at the bars.
So two responses to the concern you've thrown out there, Carter. One of them is, so for the bigger looking bar, the entrance that's closest to, they've purposely built a vestibule. There, you kind of see it there. It's for purposes of among other things, dampening potential for noise. So that may not be fully responsive to the concern that you raised, but that's why it's there in part. And so an attempt was made. On the other smaller bar, I mean, one of the things that we are committing to you is that there's not going to be any outside queuing. Now this is clearly a restaurant, and so it's not like there would be a velvet rope or anything like that anyway, and that's obviously something we could stick to. But the idea is that if people are waiting for tables, instead of congregating outside where they would make more noise, that we could send them to this smaller bar where they could wait for their table. So that's part of the of the justification for the bar where it is.
Yeah, and then I guess just this, the second is I'm looking specifically at the double doors on the smaller bar.
Yeah,
that's what opens up really a lot, and that's those are the situation. I mean, look, those are the situation that create noise, people standing around at a busy bar. And then my other concern is just, is any portion of the restaurant going to be closed sooner than other portions? I mean, is that going to be just operated as a bar later, or whatever it may be? But, it's the impact of that noise, because I see on the other bigger bar, I see what you're saying, that clearly is addressed. Then there's the two smaller doors, but I guess you won't be using those, right, that are on the right side of the diagram. Are those going to be?
Yeah, we're gonna use,
Please.
we're gonna use those doors, and that's, that's the main entrance, the one that's on the right side of the diagram. When this is not a close portions early and have other more limited concepts later operation, we could stip to that in any language that makes you feel comfortable. So there's not a separate bar sort of business being proposed. Look, I hear what you're saying on the bar to the left, by the double doors. I don't at risk of repeating myself, part of that is to help accommodate the stip that we're offering, that we're not going to have anyone waiting outside, and we'll make, we will have, and one of the recommendations from the traffic study is that we have somebody who is monitoring things like drop-offs and pickups. We're offering to stipulate to that. And so we're going to have somebody who is going to be ushering people inside even while they're waiting for their table. So I guess whatever noise that
I
you
understand
may, whatever,
that.
I just finished the point, whatever noise you may hear, from the door opening and closing, and for momentarily there being, the noise of people inside at the bar, I think is better than noise from people congregating outside while they wait.
I guess what brought me to that is there's so many different doors here that it's difficult to understand where are people entering and exiting as the main doors that are open for customers. So when you look at this, typically you have a vestibule door, that's the main entrance. This is a corner spot, and that's where people come in, right? And that's fine. That's addresses those issues. But if everybody's waiting in the other bar that has the double doors straight out to the street, and that's how they're coming in to the restaurant, it sort of takes away the benefit of those vestibules. So I just, throwing that out there is, I'm not, it's just, how do you keep the noise inside and not outside? Because that's, the point that people live around here. And if you're reducing the outside, it's a noise thing. It's not and I assume these other two smaller doors aren't going to be needed because you're not having outdoor seating at this time. So you're not going to need those doors for patron ingress, egress on any regular basis.
You're talking about the ones along the right side of the diagram?
Correct.
Correct. Yeah. That's right. Look, we're reaching the limits of my operational understanding, so I just want to maybe bring Ben in for a quick word. Ben, is there any additional light you could shed for Carter on the proposed operation of the double doors next to that, the smaller bar, and any additional assurances, having heard our discussion, that you can give him?
The idea behind that sort of second small bar area is it's more a cafe stroke bar. What I want to do and intend on doing is working with Sarah McNally next door to be able to offer a place for somebody to come into our establishment and have a coffee in the morning and a glass of wine and maybe a snack during lunch after purchasing something in her bookshop or wanting to read something there. In the evening, it's there as an additional space for somebody that might just want to have a drink and not have something to eat in the restaurant. The main entrance will be coming through that area on the corner of Worcester and Prince, where we will create that glass vestibule to limit the sound. The door, if somebody came in through that door on Prince Street going into that second bar area, there will be a very heavy curtain that's there to eliminate noise and sound, as well as cold air during the winter time. So there will be some form of barrier, but we will encourage the majority of people to come through that Prince and Worcester entrance.
Thanks.
Yeah, I just think that's how we protect, the main concern, which is the noise outside to the people who live around there, right?
I would imagine. For me, I'm very, very sensitive to that, and I spent a lot of time talking to people, and I understand their concern of people potentially congregating and waiting outside for tables at the restaurant. And as I said to them, look, as far as I'm concerned, and I will make a firm commitment to make sure that we don't have people waiting outside the restaurant. And this second bar gives me that option to be able to almost like a holding pen for people that are waiting for tables.
Yeah, my concern isn't the people. I obviously that's one concern. The other is just the noise, right? A crowded, busy bar with double doors open reverberates around there. That's it. So if you have the main entryway where it's covered on the corner of the vestibule, it covers that. But it's the second this door starts getting used a lot in a busy bar and everything's pulled back and it's open, it kind of that's just the noise point. And we've you know, if it's nice out in the summer, the doors get propped open, that's where the noise issues originate, and that's why I
I
bring it
mean,
up.
maybe
So,
just throwing it out there. This doesn't fully address the concern, Carter, but you know, maybe it partially does. Maybe we could stick to, you know, those double doors that that we don't keep them propped open, that they're always in a,
I
you know,
was gonna say, Max,
a
doors
closed-
should be closed at all times. I
yeah,
mean,
yeah.
That's fine.
it's not gonna completely address it, because
okay, I mean, I just see that as the lively area, right, in the space, and that's where the noise comes out. So that's not overly complicated.
I hear you.
Okay, anybody else from the committee have anything on this? Is there anybody from the public that wants to speak on this application? Okay, Sean, I am promoting you.
Thank you. I was eating. That was my bib. Yeah, I really, in comparison to 66 Greene, this operation did reach out and they were very responsive to what we, the neighbors requested. And I'm really happy they're not going to be having that sidewalk cafe. It's so congested there already. The Soho Alliance does not support liquor licenses. We're not opposing this one. We'd much rather have a grocery store there or a dry cleaner or a hardware store, things that most neighborhoods have. But this, if there's going to be a restaurant there, I think this is going to be a good, personally, I think this is going to be a good restaurant. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thanks for sticking around to say something. Okay, is there anybody else from the community? And Don, if you could just speak briefly, because it is late, but there was an ask just to talk briefly about the traffic mitigation.
Briefly.
Very briefly. Well, we did the traffic study, and in the traffic study is a lot of things that you would expect. Data collection and site observations. But by far the most important thing that we emphasize in our studies and working with the client is that he needs to understand that his responsibilities don't end at the front door. It extends out into the sidewalk, it extends to the parking lane, and it extends to the travel lanes. And we make a number of recommendations that include some practices of how to incorporate those basically traffic calming measures. And it's important that he includes designated staff with each shift that's out there monitoring what's going on the sidewalk and discouraging some of the activity that wouldn't be well received by the neighbors. You want to keep it clean, clear, and quiet, and keeping people inside as well as congregating. And you know, the corner lot has advantages from a traffic perspective, but it also has challenges in regards to the tight sidewalk. So I'm glad we spent a little bit of time talking about the importance of keeping the sidewalk clear, especially during the later evening hours as well. And having a visible presence outside is very effective. And last, but most importantly, is they need to establish a designated traffic management liaison, which is that single point of contact for the community board, for the community, that if there is something that they're observing that they're not liking, they can pick up the phone and talk to somebody directly. That person can be called back to the community board to report on things. That person can coordinate with the local police precinct. So should any issues arise, they can be documented and addressed immediately.
Don, you touched on this, but could you just elaborate in 2 sentences what you mean when you say the corner has some advantages from a vehicle traffic perspective?
Well, from approaching the site, you know, it has the benefit of from being on the corner of, you know, balancing the traffic out, whether they're, you know, the taxis or lifts are approaching southbound on Worcester or westbound on Prince. It also provides some limited corner space for drop off and pickups outside the travel lane. There's a fire hydrant, I think, on the southeast corner that frees up the travel lanes. But having a corner spot also means there's more, you know, it's a tight sidewalk, and there's a little bit more frontage of the sidewalk that they have to be responsible for.
Thanks.
And is there something in there to just keep those black cars moving and not idling? Because that seems to be a
That's-
huge issue everywhere.
That's one of his recommendations that we've agreed to adopt. And I thought his point about the corner, having a little bit of, opening for a car to pull over to pick up or drop off is a really good point, because it's not in the middle of the street where, they're just stopping in the middle of the street and holding up.
Mid-block restaurants don't have that benefit.
Right.
Yeah. But the other problem is once they pull over, they don't leave, and then the next one can't pull over if they're still sitting there, and that's the.
Well, that's why we need that visible presence out there to kind of wave them on and
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I think that, anybody else from the committee have anything? Okay, thank you very much for coming down. Sorry it's so late.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Have a good evening.
Have a good evening.
Bye.
Okay. Next one, Rana LLC, doing business as Jack's wife Frida, 72 University Place. If you could raise your hand.
Good evening again.
Sorry.
That's okay. Ready to go?
Ready to go.
Hi, guys.
Okay, so we have both of you. Okay.
Yes. Michael Kelly representing the applicant, Ding Janklowitz, the owner. This is an on-premise liquor license application for Renana LLC, DBA Jack's Wife Frida. We're located at 72 University Place between East 10th and East 11th Streets, and a premise formerly occupied by Blossom from 10/20 to its recent closing. Before that, Nick's was there from 5/16 to 2/21. And prior to that, it was the Jackson Hole from March of 2011 to 2014. They all had on-premise liquor licenses. Will be a full-service family restaurant like our other locations at 226 Lafayette Street, 50 Carmine Street, 116 8th Avenue, 258 Wyatt Avenue in Brooklyn, and our recently closed location at 224 Lafayette Street. The owners are very experienced in the industry and the proper sale of alcohol. Our hours of operation are 8:30 a.m. to 11 p.m. Sunday to Wednesday, 8:30 a.m. to 12 a.m. on Thursday, Friday, Saturday. We do have a letter of no objection for under 75. We have 23 tables with 62 seats and a 6-seat bar on the first floor. There is a basement that's only used for storage. There is existing soundproofing. We'll have background music only, no TVs. Our windows will open but close by 10 p.m. or whenever music or air conditioning is on. There'll be 2 tables with 8 seats on the sidewalk against the building. The prior occupant had 6 tables and 12 seats. We will be removing the enclosure that the previous occupant built on the sidewalk. That's basically taking up sidewalk space. There is no street seating. There is a fire hydrant there, so there won't be any in the future. And in closing, we've submitted over 100 signatures from the immediate area.
Okay, so the operable windows, are they there now or are you installing them?
We would be installing them. They're just going to be like fan windows to open up. It's halfway from the store. So there's a wood there's.
They start high.
They start high. That's what I'm trying to
They
say.
open a little.
And they open flap-wise, fold out, which will close.
Okay, but they will not be open if there's any music playing inside?
Correct.
And you're willing to close them at what time?
10 p.m. if possible. If earlier, we would do 9 p.m.
9 p.m. would be better.
We'll do that.
Okay. And so the outdoor seating is just seasonal? I mean, you're removing the.
Correct. I mean, seasonal, just quite honestly, yes, seasonal people who sit there, but during the winter months, I'll still have the tables and chairs out there because it's a great marketing tool, to be quite frank.
Okay. And the sidewalk will close by 10? Is that?
Correct.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That I think That's what we ask people to do. Okay.
Yeah, that's what we do.
Music is background only, and I think that's it for me. Does anybody else on the committee have any questions? Did you do some outreach with the residents nearby or any of the block
Yeah,
associations?
was
Yeah.
great.
Yes, there
great.
was we handed in 150 signatures, 100 are from the immediate area. I
Okay.
notified Cheryl Granfield,
Yep.
who just thanked me for notifying her. She had no comment.
Okay, I know
I-
we lost her because we're so late. I know she was on here earlier, so.
I also tried to call Delmer at the 10th Street Block Association about 5 times. Got no answer. The phone just kept ringing. There was no answering machine. And also PJ at steel.com was on the community board notification sheet, but I got no response from there.
Okay. Let me just, is there anybody still here from the public that would like to speak on this application?
I think there is, Don.
Now I get somebody, Pete. Who just wants to be able to talk. Hang on, Pete. Okay, Pete, you should be set.
Great. Hi, thank you. So I live around the corner from your 226 Lafayette location where you guys have expanded in a really, it looks like it's working great for you.
Thank you.
And in regard to the outdoor seating on University Place, you've installed a shed on Lafayette, a lean-to, a wooden lean-to under your awnings that attaches to the building. That's, are you planning to do anything like that? I mean, that's not.
No,
Are you planning to do anything like that
not
on?
at all. Not at all. We're just going to have the awning and the 2 tables underneath it. As you can see, 72 universities at 20-foot storefront.
Yeah, we prefer to keep the sidewalk open there and look like the city used to look.
So to keep the sidewalk open in Soho, are you going to remove the illegal lean-to?
Yes, in Soho, we put up, it's not connected to different situation. It's not actually connected to the building. I put it up in order to put some heat under the awning.
I understand why, but it's, yeah, okay, great. It'd be great to have that go. Thank you.
Thank you, Pete.
If you want to say hi next time you come by.
Please do.
Is there anybody else here from the community that would like to speak on this application?
Yeah, Donna, I have Jerry Morgan. I think he's with that block association. Mr. Morgan, if you can hear me, if you want to appear on this application, please raise your hand.
Or I just allowed him to talk if he wants to speak.
Hello,
Yep,
can you hear me?
yes, go right ahead.
Oh, good. But just say welcome to the neighborhood. I've eaten in the restaurant at various places and I really enjoy it.
Oh, thank you.
It's wonderful. Thank you, Jerry.
Okay,
Great.
good, thank you.
Oh, wow. Thank you, Jerry. That was it?
That was it.
Wow.
Was it. Okay, so I think anybody else from the community have anything? Okay, community board people, committee, anybody? No?
Thanks for staying, Mike.
Hey, thank you so much.
Thank you. My dog abandoned me about a half an hour ago.
I don't mind abandoned me too.
I personally was thoroughly entertained through the evening.
Okay, have a nice evening. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Heartfelt,
Okay.
thank you. Cheers. Have a good night.
Okay, I think that does it. Let's take a few minute break. That's all right, and please come back. Okay, so back in about 3 minutes. Okay, if you could just let me know when you're back, everybody.
I'm here, Donna. This is Shirley.
Thank you.
I'm here.
Okay, thank you.
I'm here.
Gotcha. Susan, I see you. Lois, let me know when you're back. Jeffrey.
I just did, do you want to address Michelle in the?
Yeah, Michelle, they were not here. I think I thought I put that in the chat earlier and I called them out at the beginning. So, and they had said, which application was it?
Butcher's daughter.
The Butcher's daughter. No, I know that, but they said they are laying that one over. So we should be hearing that next month, but they told us that at the meeting. So I'm sorry, Michelle. Huge apologies for that.
Probably. Okay,
Okay.
I'm back.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so there were 7 of us here tonight. We were missing Cormac and Patricia and Susan. Did you, the first one we
Yep.
heard was Banter. Were you here for Banter? Because I think you weren't as late as you thought you might be. But I can't hear you. You're muted.
That's right.
So you were here for Banter?
Yes.
Okay, so we were 7. Okay, so the first one was Banter, and that was a layover.
Right.
The next one is,
Cara.
we heard was Tara. And hang on, guys. So that one, Restaurant Wine, 230 Thompson. Hours, 10 a.m. to 11 p.m., no outdoor. It's essentially a transfer. And this is the one where they are supposed to be getting rid of that structure that is on the sidewalk. by
Yes.
the month. They may come back for sidewalk seating, but there was none now. So is this a deny unless?
I think so.
Yes.
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 Okay,
Is that unanimous?
is that unanimous? Is anybody not a deny unless on this? So that's unanimous. Okay. Next one was Jemikos, 171 Sullivan Street. That is also a layover. Next one was Bowery Tea. Restaurant Wine, previously unlicensed. 11 to 11, Sunday through Thursday, 11 to 12, Friday and Saturday, background music, 1 TV, no outside, 18 tables, 72 seats. Are they the one who's going to remove the structure? They're the ones who's going to.
They were the one, right?
Not the other one.
Yeah, I didn't hear the other one say
Yeah.
that.
Okay, so this is me. Okay, they're the ones removing the structure
By the end of this month.
by the end of the month. We'll see how that goes.
With Christmas, it might be hard.
Yeah.
Holidays.
Anything else?
This is the 4th time they've noticed us.
Yeah, yeah.
On this, and each time there've been issues with the letter of no objection. I think that there's some loft law units which have held up whatever their alt one is, but I I don't think there's an issue with this use on the ground floor, but I'm not sure. But James did say that they were already in process of applying for the letter of no objection. So I think that we should include that on the stipulations agreement, that they will get that. And in looking through my notes in 2019, he said they were in process of getting the letter of no objection. So
Okay.
other than that, I'm okay with this.
Is everybody denying less with this, with stipulations about the letter no object? Anybody object to that?
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Next one. 66 Greene.
Over.
That was a layover.
Yep. So hopefully it will go quicker. So that was the layover. Next month is not looking good. Okay. The next one.
Layover.
JL Solo. No, JL Solo, didn't we hear that one?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
sorry.
And that is 8 a.m. to 12 a.m. It's a corporate change, 8 a.m. to 12 a.m. The one thing they are doing is it's 8 tables and 16 seats on the sidewalk and not the 32 seats.
10 p.m. and 11 p.m. Closing.
Yes. Outside.
Yes.
Yes.
Denying less.
Yep. Deny unless everybody?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right, hang on. Next one, Amy Leon, your is a layover. I'm sure I'm not saying that right. Hang on, that's a layover. Okay, next one
Wegmans.
is the Montreux,
Montreux.
FP Journ, the watch store.
A watch store.
Well, it is what it is.
It's a watch store.
Oh. You know, we heard them again. They resolved a number of issues. The hours are 10 to 8. There are 10 events a year where they may be open till 11 p.m.
And they're going to resolve the smoking. The smoke.
The smoking, I am going to, they are removing the cigar room from the licensed premises. And I'm putting something in there about following the
Yay.
Clean Air Act, the Smoke-Free Air Act, whatever it is, because I don't think they can have any cigar room anywhere in there the way they're operating, but I just want to make sure they are abiding by that act.
Okay.
And I'm sure something should go in here, Carter, about that second.
Thank
floor,
you.
6 or 6.
Well, it's an office floor and they're having a cigar lounge, which, you know, is connected to this. Whether it's licensed or not, that doesn't make it, you know, you can't just have a cigar lounge in New York
Can't have
City
a cigar
anymore.
lounge. No,
You know, this is what it is. And they're going to have private events in an office. It's not an office, you know, it's not being used as that. And, you know, those are complaints that will be made against them, you know, but I don't know why they're just not filing all that stuff properly. But there's no reason we should approve this because they're not following the same discussions that we had with all the other applicants as far as the building use, but it's not subject to the 500-foot rule. So, you know, those issues are, there's no public interest to be found, but they're having a cigar lounge. They're having events in an office space, you know, that they're going to use as an event space, and that's just doesn't match. So, you know, it's what it is.
I had some questions about that second floor as far as being open to the public, but I guess people probably are not going to go in unless hopefully they can afford to buy those watches. So it might not be an issue.
So I'm sorry, we didn't resolve the smoking, or we did?
I mean, they're fudging around it. They didn't say they won't have a cigar room. They said the cigar room won't be part of the licensed premises. I don't know how legally they have a cigar room. I've read these rules over and over and over. It's just, it's not, unless you're a private members club, you can't have a cigar room.
Oh, I see.
They're not permitted. If you're a private members club, from what I read, you can have a designated room, but unless you're that and they're not that, that's not what they're not filing for that. So you're not allowed to smoke.
Yeah, but we aren't going to be able to, monitor that. So.
Yeah, but they're saying they're playing games with us, and it's our job to call it out. I mean, I'm not looking the other way on this, and I suggest the rest of the board not do that either. This is not a 500-foot case, so that there's public interest doesn't have to be established. That doesn't mean we don't point out the problems. And it's just like this whole concept of use group 6 is use group 6. That's not true. You can change to the appropriate use group, but if you don't have it, you just don't have it. And use group 6B is office space. It is what is upstairs in almost all buildings. That doesn't mean that you can open up an eating and drinking establishment or license them. It's office space. If they want to make it use group 6A or 6C, they can, but that's not what they gave us. So, it's just what it is. But that's not a 500-foot case.
So what are you suggesting we do?
Well, I just say that we comment on those issues, that there's a cigar law. You can't access this cigar bar without going through the business that's going to be licensed, right?
Right.
You can't do things, so they're all connected. So even though it may not be part of the actual licensed space, it's a part of this entity.
Well, why can't we have deny less for the place, but without the cigar bar, or without any smoking permitted on the premises? Okay, I mean, it's just,
that's just reinforcing New York State law. That's right. There's no
that's right. I'm
smoking
just
out.
saying, it's like our position should be there's no smoking, and we won't agree to the license unless they don't have smoking, because there's no way they could possibly get it.
Good.
And they should have the proper use group of 6A or 6C for the.
They promised to do that, so that can be part of the stipulations. They promised to get it straightened out.
They did, but they came back to us and told us, they showed us the filing.
What they said, and it's inconsistent, but they said they would figure it out. And the way this SLA is saying, they say, well, you got 2 years until their license is renewed to figure it all out. It's not something
Bob, that's not true. That's not our obligation. They don't have the right paperwork in place.
Well, I agree,
and whether or not they give it to the SLA, the point is that's just for one aspect of this. They've provided us with 2 things that aren't legal, which is the use on the second floor and the cigar lounge. And they've said, we're just not going to have it licensed. We're going to do it anyway.
It's not like they don't. It's not like they don't have expediters. They're trying to work it out, and they said we will definitely work this out. This will be worked out no matter what. So I mean, to that extent, I think they answered the question. It may not be to everyone's satisfaction, but they did answer the question. The cigar thing is clearly a problem if they're not allowed to do that. So that cannot be any part of the bottle club license, and that needs to be brought out.
But not only that, it can't be any part of the premises.
Right. I mean, the
Part
license.
of the premises, yes, the whole place is going to have a bottle club license.
What they said it wouldn't be part of the licensed premises, and they didn't knock off any part of the premises to not be licensed. So therefore, it shouldn't be. I mean, I think to your point,
So
Bob.
the stipulations should be there will be no smoking in the licensed premise.
Right.
Okay. No smoking in the licensed premise. So that's the stipulation.
But they don't have to agree to any stipulations.
If they don't agree to them, then we deny it. It's as simple as that. Okay, they have to agree to it, just like they have to agree to resolve the problems with the second floor. They have to.
So then it would be either a 6A or 6C on the second floor.
We can't tell them how their expediter needs to do it. We need to tell them that they need to achieve a proper zoning or proper, however the language is, we need to have a proper use or occupancy for that second floor.
Yeah, but Bob, you heard what the attorney said, which is not correct, and it's what's been repeated by the liquor authority over and over again, which is
What do you
not
want,
correct.
Carter? What do you want, Carter?
No,
I
no,
mean,
well, it's either 6A or 6C. 6B is office space.
So
It's
if you
very
want to
clear.
for them, you can tell them how to do it, but the answer is that they have to figure it out. That's the
No, no,
answer.
but my point is that nobody looks at this.
Okay, well, we do, and
That's what I'm saying is that what they've provided to us, you looked at it, right? It says 6B. 6B is office.
Okay.
I mean, it's just straightforward.
There has to be a way to work this out. There has to be. Okay, to sit here and say that it isn't when they're saying they'll figure it out in the future. That's the best we can do at this point. They don't know what they're doing. We disagree with them, but they're saying they're going to figure it out. So
Much time are we going to give them to
So
figure it out?
so the stipulations will be deny unless with no smoking, or that's what I'm asking is, are we okay with deny unless with no smoking in the licensed premise? And a stipulation, no.
It's not the licensed premise because what they'll do, and they're not obligated to notify us, they've already notified us, it's not a 500-foot case, is that it should be no smoking anywhere on the premises, not the licensed premises.
yeah, that's fine.
The
That's fine.
premises, and that they should have an appropriate use group that's not
Second
6B, which is office space for the second floor,
Second floor.
since they're going to be utilizing that as an event space.
So those are the two stipulations. They have to agree to them. And they said tonight that they would. So
But this is an issue that we're going to see throughout a lot of areas in this area, because 6B used to be an allowable use in many areas, but not 6A and C. And so it has to be changed. It doesn't mean that it can't be changed, but it has to be changed. And we see that on a number of applications that all have to change their C of Os, right? So
are we deny unless with those two
I am.
conditions?
and along with the hours, et cetera, right? On the other.
Yes. And I do think that the resolution should have, I mean, I think it's a mistake not to apply the 500-foot rule.
Okay. I mean, they won't apply it, but.
Whether it is applicable. Because we really don't know.
Right.
And if they don't execute the stipulations, then it will be a denial and it will be called up.
Right. Right.
As long as
Okay.
everybody agrees to that. Everybody agree to that?
Does everybody agree to that? Is there anyone who does not agree to that? How did Darlene get up here?
Yeah.
Sounds fine.
Okay, so that's 8. All right, 9. Wegmans. Hold on 1 second, guys. OP within the food market. What were their hours? 7 to 11 were the store hours.
They wanted 2 AM for the restaurant, but we said no.
You know, I'm fine with whatever hours as long as everything's open. I think it just introduces too many issues, and
Yes.
I just it's too complicated. It's okay if it's all open later. I just think it all needs to be open together.
We were okay with the music is not an issue. I just want to bring that up. I mean, I didn't hear anybody really commenting on it. They wanted acoustic music sometimes. I don't see that was being the issue. I think the biggest issue was your point that all the hours need to be the same. The restaurant and the market have to be the same hours.
I think he heard that, he seemed to be responsive.
You know, the areas are changing, but there are challenges in that particular area, and there's a reason, you know, like the pizza shop closes off their seating at night at a certain time. There's reasons for all that stuff, you know, and I just think it's easier that they all have the same hours for the whole space.
They didn't really agree to that, so are we saying deny with the path? Or what are we saying?
Yeah, I think that's I don't know, this is the grocery store that we desperately need. That is a huge benefit to the community. And Wegmans has a incredible reputation, not just with their employees,
Yes.
but with the communities that they serve. So I'd be very careful saying no to Wegmans on their restaurant. I do think that they can't I don't think they're going to work 2 a.m. anyway. What they're saying is they want the benefit of the doubt. I think ultimately everything is going to close because I don't think I just don't think it's going to stay open with the entrance in the friggin' supermarket. It just doesn't make sense. But I get what they're saying. I just think this is probably something we should not be saying no to. That's all.
Well, I didn't say necessarily no, but the comment was made not only by it was by Card, it was also made by one of the community members, but Matthew didn't agree. So where are we?
I mean, the restaurant's the accessory, right?
Yeah.
It's not the other way around.
Right.
I mean, I personally feel they should have to figure out how, I don't think this is an unreasonable ask to ask them to close everything at the same time.
I don't think so either.
They can keep the restaurant. I don't think the community needs another restaurant open till 2 o'clock, and it is an accessory use. This isn't where they're making their money.
And they're not going to keep the store open until 2 o'clock and keep all
Right.
the
But
employees
I mean,
there.
if they did, I don't know that anybody would, would that be what people object to? No, I mean.
No, have no impact.
I don't think they're going to keep the grocery market open till midnight either. So
Yeah,
that means the hours are 11.
I think the other issue is just the bathroom. I think that we would never accept any restaurant with that volume of seating.
Yeah, that was surprising.
With one bathroom. And when you can't access the other bathrooms, I mean, that's just, you know, a part of what's available. So what they would have to ask for a waiver of the bathroom rule because it's not all available at all times. And that was sort of the other point of, you know, the technical aspect of that. And that goes for anywhere, you know, that you have a shared bathroom, which we don't hear them too often, but that's allowed. But the bathrooms have to be accessible during the full hours of the operation. So you know, these are some of the technical aspects, but they are the, you know, the issues that is gray. But, you know, if you have one bathroom for 110 people at night, when you're
Especially
open,
in late hours, especially
Yeah.
in late hours.
so that's sort of the technicality that ties it all together of why I think that they should have everything closing at the same time. And I don't think it's unreasonable to bring that back to them and ask them about that.
So how do we do that? Do we deny this unless deny with the path to close the restaurant and the store at the same time? That sounds like what we're saying to me.
That's a dangerous move. I think it's a corporation that maybe they'll have an answer for us.
Do you think they're gonna, so what do you think is going to happen? They're going to say, we don't agree with that, and we end up arguing this at the SLA?
I don't know if they're going to have an answer because I just don't know, because this is a big corporation. I don't know.
And
I
then
hope
maybe they would lay it, I mean, they're not gonna not do their supermarket. Maybe they would lay it over then until they do have an answer, so they could come back to us with this worked out, with the points raised. I mean, you know, the one thing is, they are not opening next month.
Right.
So they could choose to come back to lay it over and come back. hearing these concerns, because I think it was a consistent concern from both the community and the committee.
And you also have an area that this restaurant, while, you know, they're certainly in competition, you have a 110 occupancy restaurant that's right next to a corridor along St. Mark's of so many small restaurants that they're competing with. And, you know, there's no addressing the public interest in why the restaurant component of this is there, which these are direct competition and going into later hours. I mean, there's a lot that's here that's not inconsistent and, you know, for whatever it is, but I'm not afraid of Wegmans and telling them what I think, and that's what I did. And I'm not afraid of voting that way. And, you know, we know the area, they live in New Jersey. I mean, that's, you know, they're not people who are here in the area late at night. They're not, you know, these concerns are pretty real. You know, as somebody who's been to the Wegmans in Brooklyn a number of times, the experience you have there is not going
Very
to be
different.
the
Yeah.
experience that you have here. It's like going
Right.
to the second floor in Whole Foods on Houston, right? You know, it's what it is. And that's where people come in and sit down. That's different. It's not licensed, but that's what it is. The bathrooms are used the way they are. And, you know, that's something that we don't want them to preclude people from coming in, but that's, you know, that they have one bathroom for a huge restaurant when they close the rest of the business, and that would never be acceptable to us for anyone else.
And that's a one-stall bathroom too, right?
That's right. That's right.
It's a small
Exactly,
bathroom.
Shirley. That's exactly
smallest
right. It's a
bathroom.
one person, one, you know, door.
Well, that certainly wasn't well thought through on their part.
Right, and they said that, I mean, to their, they did say they had it
Heard
working
that,
out, which
yeah.
is why, you know, they wanted the feedback, they wanted to work, which is why
You want to call the question down?
yeah, so are we okay with denying with a path to have the closing hours be in alignment of the restaurant and the supermarket?
I vote for that.
Yes.
Yes.
Or
Yeah.
that the restaurant closes at the same time or earlier. We don't want to limit the
Right.
Right,
food side, right?
Right, exactly, although that didn't seem to be the issue here, but yeah, that's fine. No, to your point, that's fine.
I'm not gonna vote in favor of that. I think that's a mistake. I think.
Okay.
I think, well, okay, I won't explain it then why, but I'm gonna vote against that. I think we should deny unless, let them figure it out. It's a good company, they'll figure it out. Whether they have one bathroom, they're probably not gonna stay open till 2 o'clock. They're probably gonna close right after 11. But
It's all
they-
speculation though too.
yeah, I give good applicants certain deference, and I think that this one fits that character. And I
well-
just, it's a mistake to say no to Wegmans when they're providing a huge benefit for the community, huge.
Anthony, did you vote at all? I didn't hear you. You're quite quiet. Did you vote?
I'll go with the group.
You'll go with the group for deny with the pass?
Correct.
So it's
So
denied.
can we move on, Donna? It's,
Yeah, I just want to make sure I have this right. So Bob, you're the only one who's, everybody else. is
against it.
for
Yeah.
Okay. All right, next one is Italy.
Mhm.
I think we worked out the square footage situation. Do we need to discuss that again? I have it very well highlighted on my floor plan. It's the restaurant part and the salami and cheese part. They have the outdoor seating. The outdoor seating closes at 8 p.m. The other hours are 7 to 11, and Sunday to Thursday, 7 to 12, Friday, Saturday. There's no promoted, well, what is there? They had the traffic mitigation. So are we good with that?
Yes.
Anybody have any-
Well, with that diagrammed area, right?
Yeah, yeah, with the diagrammed area, very clearly, you know, the wording saying that the alcohol service will only be, the whole space will be licensed, but the only alcohol service will be in that diagrammed area, which is the restaurant and the salami area. And then there was the clarification on the private events, which I wrote down in here. I just have to find it in my notes. They would be tastings and
He said about 2 a month.
about 2 a month or something like that. Yeah, with pairings, seasonal thing.
My only thing is that we should just take the diagram with a pen
Yep,
and outline the
The
area
areas.
and attach that to the stipulations, just so
Yep.
it's clear.
yep. Is everybody denying less on that?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. TQTO Corp 99 McDougal. That, you know, that was at 2 o'clock in the morning, basically a little 15-seat takeout place is how I would refer to it. 12 to 9 on Sunday, closed Monday, 1 to 11, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then 1 to 2. Thursday through Saturday. Full OP, so we can do his margaritas. Carter,
Yeah, I'm not in favor of this. I mean, this is the third license
It
in the
never
building.
was licensed
Yeah, it
before.
was never licensed before on the densest
Was
block.
it licensed
And
before?
no, it was never licensed. And it's
I'm-
also been a massive increase on seating on that street with the outdoor seating. Just to put it in perspective, many of you may not know that the NYPD closes off that street quite frequently because so many issues are going on there at night. So they often, pull a patrol car at West 3rd and McDougal and just close it off. So I mean, there's so many licenses there. They didn't provide us a diagram showing access to the bathroom. That space is so narrow that I don't even know building that corridor. The same firm presented some incredibly convoluted, not straightforward, statement to the liquor authority on another space that clearly shouldn't have been agreed to at the authority, but it was. So I just these narrow spaces with the bathrooms against the back wall really aren't designed for liquor licenses, and certainly not a full liquor license.
right. Yeah. And he was very clear later, people coming in, hanging out with their buddies, having a few drinks. Also, I mean, it would be great to have the food sounds good. That part is good. So if he wants to come back for a beer and wine, does everybody deny on this one? I'm sensing.
Yes, deny.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
And I would be very careful with beer and wine on this guy because he's saying there's no architecture, there's no nothing on that passageway. And we've been fooled with that once before.
Yep. Well, I won't recommend it. We're denying this. That's the application that's before us, so.
And the fact that there are three, this is the third space in the building. I mean,
I'll put that in the reso. Okay. Next one is,
Art farm.
Art farm.
It's an interesting one. I mean, it's, as I said when he was speaking, it's an all commercial building. It's probably the only all commercial building probably around, and it's a very, very quiet spot at night. And I think it's actually a plus for the area, as long as they don't get the outdoor dining later. And Sean was saying it's not going to happen. Max was smug about it, but that was the only concern. And, because the neighbors would fight it, but I think it's good. I think the corner needs it. I think it'll be interesting.
Susan, can you just clarify for me that is one, because when I was looking at Google Maps and everything, and I tended to walk by there, I've walked by there before, but I intended to walk by today and I couldn't. the little corner piece, it's all the same building, even though the.
I think it's really two buildings. I think the corner building where this is, they used to have one single tenant, which was Estee Lauder for a long time. They must have, left, over COVID. This is their ground floor space. I don't, these were pretty empty. Next to it is going to be the bookstore that is McNally's. So now that corner will be very alive, have the bookstore during the day and have the art restaurant. I think it'll be a good change. And they seem very responsible and receptive.
Composting is good. No, I'm glad they got rid of the outside. I mean, that was one of the things I had in my notes was I just had a real problem with
especially on that
outside
corner.
on that corner and everything. Carter?
Yeah, to Susan's point and what we heard from the community, the public interest, the monster component of that is the removal of the outdoor. And I think that we need to be very clear about that. And I think that needs to be crystal clear so that when it is reviewed at the 500-foot hearing by the administrative law judge, that they understand that the removal of the outdoor dining is a key component to finding public interest because
And Max was
that
not
is
receptive to that. I pressed him on that and he was.
no. I'm just saying that our
agree
approval
with you.
now is hinged specifically on that. And that is the establishment of the public interest is the removal of the outdoor dining. So that
Definitely.
it's clear for later down the road when, if this is in fact addressed again, if the sidewalk are wide enough and there's an application there, that it's already laid out, that would have swayed our decision on this.
Our support, definitely.
Yeah, our support, that's right.
Yeah. Anybody else? Deny unless?
Yes.
Okay. Getting there, last one. Rana, Jack's wife, Frida. So that was 8:30 to 11.
The most important thing he said was 9 o'clock, the windows closed. He went back to 9. That's really important because when you walk by any of those restaurants, if they're so successful, it's just so noisy, but I think that's very important.
Especially
If they
since.
indeed close at 9 p.m.
Huh? Yeah.
If they do indeed close at
The windows, he said he
Yeah.
would. You're right. I mean, that has to be enforced, but that's very important.
You bet.
And
What else, Donna? Yeah, we can, yeah.
I was just gonna say, and they're also closed anytime there's any music inside. So if they have background music on, anything, those windows are supposed to be closed. I think that was it on. that.
The other,
And they
What, Bob?
they have background music in all the restaurants and they keep the windows open. So I'm just saying.
It's a very noisy restaurant. I mean.
No,
Very-
that- I know.
the other important aspect on it is that they said that they would keep the sidewalk clear and they would not build anything on it. It would
Right.
be totally open with the
Open.
sidewalk cafe.
Yep.
But I think that that's important, that it's
That's
just
very
not,
important because there's a bike rack there and a fire hydrant.
just that it's not enclosed and that it's completely open all year round. And we heard from them, which is what we hear from a lot of people, that the sidewalk tables and chairs are important to advertising the space, but it shouldn't be enclosed.
Right.
Yeah.
Are we denying less with this?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, guys, I think that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sorry it was late. Pretty good, though. It was a lot of applications, so could have been.
Good night, everyone.
Okay,
Good
good night.
night.
Thanks a
Good
lot.
night, everybody.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Good night, everyone.
Night.